Good morning,
in progress.
Members and colleagues. Thank you very much for availing yourselves this morning. Anela, could I perhaps begin with the apologies?
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to all members. Chair, we've got an apology from the Minister who's attending a cabinet meeting today, as well as an apology from the DG. Thank you very much, Chair.
Sorry, Anela, the sound on my side was not good. I think my device was connected to something else. Can you just repeat that again, please?
Chair, there's an apology from the Honorable Minister who is attending a cabinet meeting today. We have an apology from the DG who's having prior commitments. Thank you very much, Chair. Those are the two apologies that we received.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to just check if DM Manamela is on the platform. I don't see him on the platform. And I don't know if there's which senior official from the department is here.
Dr. Sokwe, Chair, the acting DG for University Education.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Anela, for that. Good morning, honorable members and colleagues. Once again, thank you very much again for availing yourselves this morning. Today we'll be receiving a briefing by Walter Sisulu University on the questioned accreditation status of some of their qualifications. I think this is a matter that was brought to our attention perhaps over a month ago. And I think there's been a growing interest and concern around this particular matter. We did briefly touch on it in our engagements with the CHE, SAQA, and the department during our deliberations on their annual performance plans. However, we felt that it was important that perhaps we get a more detailed update from the department, from the CHE, SAQA, as well as WUSU on what's on the unfoldings there. I think perhaps for us, what would be of utmost importance is to understand how we got to this point, what work is currently being done, and I think even more so the action plan around it, right? So to say by when we believe we should have resolved this particular matter, I think if that would be our goal as a collective in terms of addressing this matter, considering that it really affects a number of not only young people, but those who have gone into the higher education space to attain knowledge and skills to assist them in being active citizens of our economy or participants of our economy, and towards their self-liberation. So it's very important that we are able to resolve these matters. Also to ensure that we don't have such reoccur in the sector across the myriad of institutions that we have. So I think that perhaps would be the interest of members. Of course, in their comments and questions, they will further elaborate on this particular matter. All right, I see DM Manamela has joined the platform, so I'll just check if he's got any contributions to make. Then we'll hand over to the acting DDG of the university program, and then hand over to our colleagues from the institution then to take us through their presentations. DM?
Thank you, Comrade Whip, for that. I got your introduction just in the towards the tail end, but just to firstly indicate that yes, we'll have the acting DDG presenting a report, but just to indicate that we are quite concerned because look, our view obviously is that the issues relating to WUSU have been subjected to quite a process, including a legal process, and I think we have some commitments from the university to finalize the report and within the next short space of time present that report to the Council on Higher Education, which will then report to the department and to the minister. And I think will indicate the process through the presentation by the acting DDG. And I think what we'd really want to employ is, I think, for us to take that into consideration, when we look into the report. But what I would like to do right now is to hand over to the acting DDG, University Branch, to just brief the committee, and then we can take it from there. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Steve.
Madam Chair, I just wonder if I can intercede at this stage, if you will allow me.
Okay, I'll take your, I don't know, is it okay, let's take it, Chair.
It is just a point of request with the greatest of respect. The reason I'm asking to speak out of sequence is not to undermine the committee or the instruction by the Deputy Minister, who is a friend of mine. It is simply that I'm personally under some pressure. I have to be in court at 9:45, and I must leave this hotel in the next 10 minutes. But I thought, given the significance of the meeting, I should come at the commencement as the chairperson of council, just to make 5-minute remarks. My team, the full management, is here. They know the detail, they will go through. So that's the only request. But I won't speak until you've told me that I'm permitted.
Thank you very much for that, Chair Council. Contrary to popular belief, we are a very considerate and understanding committee. Therefore, we will allow you, I hope DM Manamela as well as Mam Sotrikwa, you'll be okay with that. We will allow you to make your opening remarks as the Chair of Council, and then your team will continue then from there. You may go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. What I wanted to say, firstly, my name is Tembeka Ngukaitobi. I'm the chairperson of the Council of Walter Sisulu University. I have been the chairperson now for roughly close to 2 years. Firstly, it's to express our gratitude that the committee is calling this meeting and focusing on our concerns as the university. It would have been worse if we were just ignored and not taken seriously as the university. So we appreciate the gesture. Secondly, we would like to play our role in attending to the challenge of accreditation. And thirdly, I just wanted to give an overview from the council's point of view. Management will deal with the substance of this issue. I think the starting point from the council's point of view is the current Vice Chancellor, Professor Rashila Songa. We appointed her in December 2020, November, December 2020, when we finalized her appointment. She commenced in the position of Vice Chancellor in February 2021. One of the first reports that she gave to Council was that it's necessary to take a deep dive at the qualifications. Now, that was a report she gave right at the onset of her appointment. So we had that general report. She seems then to have gone ahead and done the deep dive. I think her words that she used at the time was to clean up the system, to verify what is recognized, what is accredited, and what is not, to get the system cleaned up. Those efforts were at the commencement when there were media inquiries. I think in about October, November 2021, those efforts of cleaning up the system, checking what is verified and what is not accredited, were taking shape. When by February, March 2022, those steps were taking shape, we then had, well, the university had, not council, we got all of this information afterwards. The university then had these media inquiries. In fact, one of the journalists contacted me, and I sort of laughed off the concern because I thought it's very unlikely, and I referred those to management to respond to them. And then this issue blew up. Initially, the story was 28 qualifications are unaccredited. Later on, it was thousands of qualifications are bogus. That was the story. Obviously, it was a major concern to us as council. We don't like getting involved in the nitty-gritty operational matters, and accreditation is an operational matter. But given its significance, we decided that we would step in. We've had, since April up until now, we've had extensive engagements. I think we've had 4 engagements with management, which is quite rare because we usually meet with management once a quarter. But in 1 month alone, we've had 4 extensive engagements to get a clear sense of what the problem is, how big the problem is. What we've been able to establish is, firstly, the problem is not as big as it has been outlined. In other words, we don't have a problem of 28 qualifications or a problem of thousands of qualifications. But nevertheless, the attitude the council has taken is that any program, even a single program that has a qualification question mark, is a major problem for us as a university. Why? Because we are a Black university. We are already operating with a stereotype that our qualifications are not good enough. So a question mark in one program exacerbates the stereotype and makes people believe that they should not send, parents rather, believe that they should not send their children to WUSU. So we have to stamp out any question mark around our qualification. So that's the message we've given to management quite clearly. Secondly, we've said to management, the priority right now is fix the problem. Get the qualifications approved by CHE, by DHET. If it means getting them approved on a retrospective basis, making an application for condonation because certain things were not submitted on time, let those processes be followed. Now, we've been monitoring the situation, and we've also said, and this is the third point I want to make, we've also said to them, they must keep the public aware, because one of the problems we've been having is the public is kept in the dark about the nature of the problem, the extent of the problem, and what is being done to solve it. So keep the public aware. From council's point of view, we've done extraordinary things because we've made 2 extensive communications to the university community and to the public about council meetings. We've had 2 full council meetings other than the EXCO council meetings. We had one on the 8th of April where we spent probably 5-6 hours on this single topic. And we've had another one on the 29th of April, where again, we spent an extensive period of time on this topic. And after both of those, we wrote extensive communication to the University Council to tell everybody where they are and to be transparent and to be truthful. It is better for the public to know what the problem is, how big the problem is, than to have to get secondhand, half-baked, sometimes distorted information in the media. So the latest briefing we've received from management is that the matter is largely under control, and they have been given a couple of weeks to make submissions to CHE, and they have made those submissions to CHE. But they are waiting for the feedback from CHE. And what we've found is that there are 5 programs that are in issue, 5 programs. And 2 of those programs were once accredited, but there was a problem when they were transitioning, that the documents were not submitted timeously. And we've said, look, we don't necessarily want to know the nitty-gritty. We just want to understand the principle that all of these 5 programs are capable of being fully aligned and fully accredited. Then we've also said that we've got to make sure that the students are kept in the loop. They are told what is happening. Now, the consequences have been that out of the engagements with the students, the graduation of the affected programs, which should have taken place in May, will be shifted to June until there's full clarification about whether the CHE and the DHET will endorse the request. We've also said that if those requests for condonation are not endorsed, we are hoping that they will be endorsed because it's clear that the problem is more administrative. If they are not endorsed, we've asked management to come with alternative plans about how exactly do we make sure that our students graduate, because we've said the priority is the best interest of the students. So in a nutshell, that is where, from the perspective of council, we are. We are supposed to wait for a report which will be coming. At the time it was 4 weeks, it's now 2 weeks, but by the end of May, we should receive a full report from the university management about how far its engagement with CHE and DHET has gone. So I wanted to make those opening remarks and to say that I am personally not going to be around for the rest of the meeting, although I would have loved to. Initially, the meeting was scheduled for tomorrow, and I was available for the whole day tomorrow. But the Deputy Chair of Council, Ms. Vanessa Lamula, is here. Another member of Council who is a member, we've got a special task team that's looking at accreditation in the Council. Mr. Vuyani Jakhana is here, and he can respond on behalf of the Council. And with those brief words, Madam Chair and Deputy Minister, I again want to thank you for opening up the space for Parliament for WUSU's issue to be ventilated. And I wish you all the best, and I look forward to further deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair of Council Advocate Mugaitobi, for that. We truly appreciate that context that the Council has given us as the governing structure of the institution. And we really as a committee stress the importance of Council playing their ongoing oversight role on management. And we appreciate that you have tried to have continuous engagements with the institution. Of course, members will comment on your remarks at a later stage when you're not with us, but we trust that members, your colleagues who are here, who will remain, will brief you on those particular deliberations and concerns that will come from what members may share. I think what perhaps we would really appreciate is the context you give around, firstly, the fact that our institutions that are considered historically Black or historically disadvantaged cannot, let alone any other institution, cannot find themselves in a position that we currently see at WUSU. But also, I think the importance of keeping the public updated, we really want to indicate as the committee that we do understand the fact that there is ongoing work around this matter, that various stakeholders, the institution, the CHE, the department are doing a lot of work around trying to address this matter. However, we have the responsibility as the portfolio committee to also assist citizens in being brought into confidence on whether or not we are addressing the matters that are of concern to them. And so, even this process of just merely coming to the committee and saying, this is why we find ourselves here, and this is what we're currently doing, to update the public is really quintessential for us. So we really appreciate the fact that you yourselves as council see the importance of continuously engaging with citizens. I will leave it there for now and release you, Chair of Council, but we do trust that your colleagues will share with you what the other deliberations that will come from members will be. Honorable Litsie, I don't know what this becomes, because last week when DG came in after all the presentations, you said it wasn't opening remarks, but it was midway remarks or something like that. So, I will have to hand back to, thank you very much, Chair of Council. I'll have to then hand back to colleagues from the department just to give us also an overall perspective of the work that they are doing. We understand that there's ongoing work around this, and we appreciate that as the committee. But we would like now for the acting DDG to come to the platform.
Good morning, honorable members. Yes, my name is Marcia Sotrikwa, and I'll be presenting an overview as requested to you by you, Chair. Let me start by saying that this is a regulatory process that we have to see unfold step by step to ensure that the public believes in the qualifications that we offer. So it is absolutely critical that we allow the CHE process to unfold. As the department, we have held several meetings with the university, with CHE, with SAQA. Where we are at now is CHE agreed to assess and ascertain whether the qualifications can be accredited and how. So that evaluation process was fast-tracked. CHE agreed to do it within 2 weeks, and so far so good. I do know that Dr. Green, who is here, have compiled the findings. Once they submit those findings to us, we then look at the PQM process, which is really a clearance process, and then, of course, we will advise the university accordingly. It is really critical, I think, for the public to have confidence that we want to assist the students, and they are foremost and uppermost in our minds, because clearly when once they graduate, they then need to seek jobs. So this is where we are at. I believe Dr. Green will make a presentation on the 6 programs and thereafter indicate to you how they will proceed with the audit of the remaining programs. And we must say we are appreciative to the HEQC for approving the above 2 interventions in a very limited time to assist Walter Sisulu University. So, Chair, I do not want to go too deep into the technicalities. Dr. Green will speak to the processes they have embarked upon and how far they are. But based on the information I have, they are just about to conclude the confirmation or verification of the 6 programs that are currently seen as filled with question marks. And I'll leave it there. Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mayor Sotikwa, for that brief overview. I'd like to then hand over to colleagues from management of the institution, Walter Sisulu University, that will be led by the Vice Chancellor, Prof. Songa, who will then do the presentation on behalf of the institution. It's now 9:27. I think the institution was allocated 40 minutes. So at 10 minutes past 10, I would, well, with just 5 minutes before that, I'd request that colleagues start wrapping up. So I'd now like to hand over to Prof. Songa to make the presentation.
Thank you very much, Chair. I hope you can hear me. And all right, and I hope you can see me as well. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Deputy Chair, and good morning as well to the honorable members. I'm going to try to share my presentation in a minute, if you allow me. All right. May you please confirm that you can see it on your side?
We can see the presentation, ma'am.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I have with me here the WSU task team that is working with the other university members on resolving these issues. And I hope that you will allow us to tap into your understanding at a later stage so that they can also help me to fill some of the questions that may come through. Chair, I think it is important for the committee to understand or to be reminded about who we are. We are a comprehensive university that resulted from a merger of 3 institutions: Border Technikon, Eastern Cape Technikon, and the University of Transkei. Unfortunately, the merger was in form, not substance. And this will be clear as we continue with this engagement. And because of that incompleteness, we continue to labor under legacy challenges such as duplication of offerings, fragmented academic structure, and inequality of staff capacitation. In addition, we are far spread and emanate from an incomplete merger, wherein some campuses work in isolation and effectively conduct their own business in that way. Regardless, WSU still plays a critical role in the province and internationally, and offers programs and specializations that other Eastern Cape universities do not offer. In addition, many of our programs are renowned, both at national, regional, and international level. For example, we have our Faculty of Health Sciences, which is unique in its offerings. We also have the Faculty of Accounting, which services a lot of chartered accountants nationally in the main and also internationally and on the continent. We state there above, Chair, just to confirm that our graduates are of high quality and are skilled in their various professions and trade. Chair, as indicated previously, we went into a measure and we were hoping to achieve various things through that measure. For example, we're hoping that our PQM was going to be a product of the consolidation of the PQMs of the major institutions. However, this was undermined by the fact that we did not complete that process. Now, the consequences of that are numerous, but we'll list a few that we think had an impact of where we are and also informs our Vision 2030. For example, our situation was complicated over the previous years by a high turnover. And at some point, we went into administration. And in the past 5 years, we have had 9 deputy vice chancellors and 8 senior directors responsible for quality assurance and academic planning. Moreover, we were faced with numerous challenges as they relate to unique characteristics of a comprehensive university, as it relates to course offerings, our PQMs, and of course, the academic qualifications of some of our staff members. For example, as stated previously, we were trying to match with universities that were previously technicons, and some of our colleagues in those technicons did not have highest qualifications, such as your master's or PhDs. Our problems were further compounded by the 2011 HEQSF alignment process, which in itself was complicated and massive, and for which WSU was ill-equipped because of some of the challenges that I have just mentioned. Incoherent systems and lack of streamlined processes compounded our problems, more so because, like I said, most of our campuses were operating as independent campuses, and there was no coherence or a unitary campus, although we changed our name into WSU. It has become evident that during this period of instability, very critical quality control processes as they relate to program continuity, accreditation, and record keeping were compromised, leaving the current situation where certain of our legacy qualifications, as alluded to by the chairperson of council, are currently not fully compliant with the 3 levels of regulatory requirements. Incoherent internal communications because of the way we are constituted, systems and administrative processes, mainly due to the federal, state, and autonomy of our campuses, and the fact that deans were reporting to rectors in those campuses had a negative impact on the academic project and also our business architecture in general. Having set that context, Chair, the question then is, what interventions have we put in place to try to solve those problems? In 2019, a substantive DVC AAR was appointed and immediately began to tackle some of these issues, starting, for example, from streamlining administrative processes, and, for example, insisting on deans owning the academic project and reporting on the academic project. Because before then, the view was that everything was core business. And therefore, we had to change the culture and the thinking and create awareness and impress on our academic managers that the academic project is at the core of our business enterprise. In addition, we began building regulatory documentation in critical offices. We had to develop our policies because the policies that were in place at that point in 2019 were those that were used either before the merger or during the administration. We had also to introduce, and this is very critical, we had to introduce program moratorium. We said, let's wait a little bit and not introduce new programs, because we are aware that we are just introducing these programs without really stepping back and beginning to look at our PQM very closely. And therefore, this proliferation was exacerbated by the fact that we did not even have sufficient or coherent proper processes and procedures in creating and reworking and terminating programs. So we're faced with those challenges. The DVCAR was then inaugurated as VC in 2021 and was able now to pursue and accelerate some of these interventions. For example, continued to clean up the PQM and instituted a PQM viability initiative to ensure currency, meaning that to ensure that our programs are viable, they are current, and they comply with regulatory bodies and policies, and also to create a strong link with other regulatory bodies outside of the CHE, outside of the DHED, and so on. We then embarked, and this was also a primary intervention that we accelerated. We embarked upon the validation of data processes, working and also strengthened our relationships and worked very closely with DHED, CHE, and SAPA, and other relevant professional regulatory bodies in an attempt really to begin to understand and put our hands around our programs as part, because we also appreciated that the academic project is a foundation of building and reimagining our academic project. We also focused on the revamping of units, meaning that the support departments and instituted the program review, accreditation, and enhancement position to further investigate and work with other intermediaries and stakeholders to further look at the status of our programs as part of this validation process. During 2021, we started in earnest in February 2021 until February 2022, this validation process, and of course in concert with our regulatory bodies. But unfortunately, in the process of that, we're compromised by internal sources leaking inaccurate information to the media, which brought a complex issue now into the general public domain. The media foray has resulted in certain of our qualifications being brought into question. As indicated by our chair of council, 3 qualifications, namely the Advanced Diploma in Internal Auditing, the Advanced Diploma in Journalism, and the Bachelor of Science in Zoology, have been investigated internally and now have been were categorized as Category C under the HEQSF alignment process. During our investigations, we established that with regards to these 3 qualifications, we had ASAPA IDs that indicated the start date of those programs, the end dates of those programs, creating a general bona fide belief that those qualifications were regulatory aligned. The remaining 2 qualifications, the postgraduate diploma in chemical pathology and the MHETS, did not go through the alignment process, and we discovered this during our data validation process. The current administration became aware of these challenges as indicated, and in 2022, one started to work on them and address them in collaboration with those regulatory bodies. Now I'm going to focus on the 5 programs and the interventions that we put in place to address the challenges emanating from those programs. First, we have the Advanced Diploma in Internal Auditing and Journalism. WSU offered the BTech in Journalism and Internal Auditing as part of its accredited offerings through its Butterworth, Queenstown, and Buffalo City campuses. As mentioned previously in my introduction, I did allude to the fact that our programs, unfortunately, are duplicated across our different campuses. As part of the HEQSF alignment process, the above programs went through a review and redesign to be classified as advanced diplomas. During the course of this process, the changes for the programs in question were initially categorized as category A, which meant that they were considered to have minor issues and therefore were resultantly submitted through the online HEQSF submission platform. A report came from the CHE indicating that additional improvements were required, and the program was therefore moved to category B. Subsequent to this, a SAQA ID was issued for internal auditing and for journalism, and these two programs, these SAQA IDs were issued in 2017. These programs have been subsequently re-registered on the SAQA with a 2023 last date of enrollment. During our investigations, it then appeared that in 2018, the programs were recategorized to category C, and thereafter the relevant documentation was submitted. Based on that submission, the SAQA IDs were then issued to us, and with information at our disposal, we continued to offer those qualifications in good faith. It must be noted, Chair and honorable members, that given our context, the dynamics underpinning legacy programs, especially for us, is very complex. It lies at the core of our current state as it relates to the alignment process and exacerbated by miscommunication internally and externally. Moreover, these programs are not only entrenched, but they have a value chain that affects students in and out of the system. The subsequent slides that I'm going to share with you indicate the graduation numbers of students in these 5 programs. Diploma in auditing in 2021, we had 30 students. In 2022, we're standing at 150. Advanced diploma in journalism in 2021, we stood at 11 and currently at 80. The next program, or the third program that was identified as having legacy issues, was the Bachelor of Science Honors in Zoology. WSU offered the Bachelor of Science Honors in Zoology as part of its accredited offerings. And again, as part of the HEQSF alignment process, the above program went through a review. The changes to the program in question were deemed to be negligible in nature and initially categorized as category A and were submitted through the online HEQSF submission platform. It seems that this submission, for reasons yet unknown, was not received as a program, was later reclassified as category B with new recommendations. As a result of this, new corrections were submitted in line with requirements under the reclassified Category B. In 2016, the list of Category B aligned programs was received from the CAC, and a new SAPA ID was allocated to this program. And these programs have been subsequently re-registered on the SAPA with a 2023 last date of enrollment. Again, bona fide, before that, however, it would appear that in 2018, the programs were recategorized as Category C, and the relevant documentation was again submitted. Based on our submission and the fact that we had received the SAPA ID, we continued to offer the qualification in good faith. However, it will appear that in 2018, the program was recategorized as Category C, and the relevant documentation was submitted. Based on our submission again and the SAPA ID, we continued to offer the qualifications in good faith. The data relating to the Bachelor of Science in Zoology reveals that in 2019 we had 7 students, 2025, in 2021 we stood at 7, and in 2022 at 10. The next, the postgraduate diploma in chemical pathology. Again, a legacy program. Also went through the HUPSF alignment process, like the programs that I mentioned above, and also went through a review. It seems again that this program was not submitted for HEQSF alignment, as we have no records, even after our extensive investigation, we have no records of correspondence during the alignment that might have occurred during the alignment process. However, what we determined was that in 2018 and 2022, this program was on our PQM, thereby reinforcing the suggestion that this qualification was omitted from the alignment process. In terms of our graduated and graduating students under this program, in 2019, we had 1, in 2020, 1, in 2021, 2, and in 2022, 5 students. The last batch under the 5 is the Master of Medicine. WSU offers specialization programs at master's level in its medicine program. These specializations were initially delivered through one registered MEd under SAPA ID 87511 with different specializations. Subsequent to that, as part of the HEQSF alignment process, and in line with the prescripts from the HPCSA, separate registrations were required for the MEds. WSU submitted a request for the registration of separate MEd qualification in line with these alignment processes. It has become apparent that certain specializations were not submitted, and as such were not considered for separate registration. Only 9 specializations are therefore separately recognized, and the remaining 11 remain attached to the initial generic masters in medicine. WSU, however, continued to offer MEds with endorsements for the specializations, for example, Master in Medicine, Obstetrics, and Gynecology. Later, a qualifier was added following the HPSCA accreditation, and the degree was indicated, for example, now, based on those qualifiers that were introduced as Master of Medicine in Obstetrics and Gynecology, as opposed to Masters in Medicine, and in brackets, Obstetrics and Gynecology. In terms of of students who have graduated or about to graduate in 2020, we're at 3, 2021, 3, and currently 2 students. In terms of students who are currently registered, Advanced Diploma in Internal Auditing, we stand at 125, Advanced Diploma in Journalism 13, Bachelor of Science Honors in Zoology 11, Master of Medicine in Obstetrics and Gynecology 14, Postgraduate Diploma in Chemical Pathology 3. Right. Now, the question is, what is the way forward? What is it that we are going to do in terms of, 1, addressing the issues in relation to the 5 programs, and 2, ensuring that we put interventions in place to ensure that matters of this nature do not recur, and by extension, continuing with our data validation exercise, but also building systems around it. First, interventions regarding the 5 programs, legacy programs. First, and Senate endorsed and approved the WSU multidisciplinary task team on program reviews and enhancement, including collaborating and working very closely with both internal staff members and external experts. In addition, we engaged with the regulatory bodies and submitted proposals as required by those regulatory bodies, in particular CHE, and indicated to them how we're going to address the situation whilst ensuring that students are not to be prejudiced. In essence, the CHE advised us to undertake a 2-pronged process. The first one relates to the 5 programs. And what we did in that regard, we submitted all the documentations that was required from us by the CHE. We provided recommendations, and we complied with the deadline of the 22nd of April in that regard. And currently, we are waiting for the outcomes of that process. In addition, and in line with what the CHE had required us to do, we undertook an audit of all our qualifications, and we submitted a dossier of the same to the CHE on the 28th, on the 6th of May, my apologies, on the 6th of May as required, and we are awaiting outcomes of this process as well. Chair and honorable members, coming to our communication and also ensuring that we manage this as best as we could. Our point of departure was, and it still is, on finding lasting solutions while managing and ensuring that we do not create unnecessary expectations and raise false hopes of our students. However, we continue to put our students in the center of whatever that we are doing. What we did as part of this drive was to collaborate with internal and external stakeholders and began to identify sustainable solutions, put in place concrete and well-thought-out solutions and interventions that we had identified. And we continued to engage with both our internal and external stakeholders. You'll note that as part of our submission, we have shared with you some of the statements that we have made in bringing both internal and, to a certain extent, external communities on ways and interventions that we are currently putting in place to ensure that we address these issues, especially as they relate to the 5 legacy programs. We put together a system and a data process whereby we identified the students that were affected or registered in these 5 programs. And we compiled a list of those students. And we have already not sent personalized information to them, informing them of the interventions that we have put in place, and in essence, sharing with them our status and the processes currently underway. In addition, what we're going to do once we get the outcomes from the CHE and other bodies is also to engage and to write personal letters to our parents and other stakeholders. And we're going to make use of different platforms and begin to engage them on their outcomes and also how, going into the future, we are putting process in place to ensure that we strengthen the academic project at WSU. One of the things that we're also doing currently is working on preparing ourselves for media engagements and the rebranding of this institution in line with our Vision 2030. And of course, what we're also doing is we're using Facebook a lot to post updates for the benefit of our students and other external and internal stakeholders. Honorable members, the chairperson of council did say that in coming into office under this new administration, we had already identified our own marching orders. Because one of the reasons was that we are intent on building and reimagining WSU, and whilst doing so, putting our core business at the center of what we are doing, and therefore strengthening the academic project. At every opportunity, we impress on our staff members and on our stakeholders the importance of enhancing the academic project at WSU. Then the question is, what else have we done in this regard? We have embarked upon sustainable interventions, and we have in place 3 programs that are currently underway. And these 3 programs are intended to have long-lasting solutions, but also intended to transfer skills to WSU staff members. The first is the capacity building on regulatory processes for WSU staff, more particularly those involved in restructuring, recalculation, and program design. Now, this one is extremely critical. It's one of those that we had identified, although at the initial stage, we're not sure of the extent of the problem, hence the data value evaluation exercise that we embarked upon. The second initiative currently underway is the development of a documentary flow process to better capacitate our academic planning structures and facilitate compliance with regulatory bodies. Honorable members, I did at the beginning say that over the past 5 years, we have had about 9 senior directors whose main job was to enhance the academic planning at WSU and also put systems in place so that we could monitor our performance and monitor our impact and begin to evaluate all the processes and strategies that we had in place. The third initiative is the development of a document warehouse, on-site and off-site, for historical and current documentation, supported by a business process dashboard for quality management, for our quality management and directorate at WSU. Now, these 3 initiatives, we are doing them in collaboration with our external experts. And part of the thinking here, of course, is to ensure that we capacitate our academics, we capacitate our support staff responsible for supporting the academic project, but also to ensure that we have sustainable processes in place that will ensure that our academic project is where it's supposed to be, and we have quality and enhancement systems underpinning our academic project and processes and systems that we use to monitor also that academic project. What else are we doing to rebuild WSU? Some of these interventions are short-term, some are long-term, and medium-term, and some of them will bear fruit maybe after 3 to 5 years. However, we have started the process. One of the things that we're going to do in relation to where we are is to institute a fact-finding inquiry to ascertain the source of the current problems. Here we're saying, yes, well, this is what happened, but we need to understand the origins of this problem so that we can begin to have clarity in terms of, for example, whether do we need to reskill our managers or whether we need to look at the qualifications of our managers and what other capacity building interventions need to be put in place over and above what we have currently. We're also revamping our units. For example, we have enhanced the position of our academic planner, and we should be advertising that position very soon. We went to council and requested a review of our organogram, especially at senior levels. And one of the positions that we are granted approval for is the institution of the monitoring and evaluation senior director. We also want to monitor and evaluate across the institution our efficiencies and strengthen relationships between our different interdependencies. This is critical, especially in light of the comment that I made that currently we're a federal system and we're hoping and moving towards being a unitary system through our WSU strategic plan 2020 to 30. We continue to enhance our relationships with students, especially student leadership. We have programs that we have put in place for our students and our student leadership to ensure that they also not only appreciate the importance of the academic project, but also contribute to its enhancement and benefit from it. We have close implementation and monitoring of capacity building initiatives for staff. This is also important. It is something that we started in the last 2 years. Here we have put in place initiatives because members, what we have established is that only 19%, for example, of our staff members have doctoral degrees. We need, therefore, to build capacity. So we have put initiatives in place and policies in place and resources in place to ensure that our staff members obtain their highest qualifications. Because by extension, it means that our research productivity will increase. By extension, it means also that our teaching and learning endeavors will be enhanced. We continue to establish relationships with stakeholders. This is something that we undertook to do, and we continue to do, building relations with stakeholders and friends of the institution so that we can propel WSU Vision 2030. Because we are aware that we have a huge responsibility and we need help to be able to propel Vision 2030 forward, because it is bold. It requires of us to conduct our business differently. Therefore, we need friends, we need stakeholders to help us build WSU as a strong academic enterprise, underpinned by a strong business architecture. Therefore, stakeholder relationships and friends are critical. Currently, we are piloting the change management initiative because we are aware that as we move forward, propelled by Vision 2030, it cannot be business as usual. Cultures change. Therefore, it is important that we also have change management. We are accelerating the infrastructure projects and implementation of our operational plans. Operational plans are new things that we have introduced, whereby we're saying, yes, we have this vision, but how are we going to ensure that we implement that vision, we monitor that vision? Therefore, we undertook in the past year to develop operational plans, because these operational plans in 1 year, we want to link them to management, to hold our management accountable. Therefore, we felt the need to institute operational plans, but also we need to accelerate infrastructure projects, and we're doing an excellent job in that regard. Because you cannot have an academic project without it being supported by infrastructure. We're working very closely with professional bodies also to ensure that both our students who have graduated and those who are yet to graduate, especially in those legacy programs that we referred to, are not disadvantaged. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you, and I'll stop here. Thank you very much, Chair, for your indulgence.
Thank you very much, Prof. Songa, for that presentation. We will now move on to the second presentation that we have this morning, which is from the, the CHE. Well, okay, perhaps let's take the SRC first. I think we have Mr. B. Mangisa and Ms. A. Sangoni who will make the presentation. Can I check if they're on the platform?
Yes, Mr. P. Mangisa is in the meeting.
Okay, all right. Colleagues, you may continue. It's now 11 minutes past 10. You have 15 minutes to make your presentation, so you may go ahead.
All right. Greetings to the honorable members, Vice Chancellor, representation for the council and the institution at large, also the parliament. Kamalam Losabela Menubatan, or Mangisa Ifania, or my being to the term when the Velasa clan. I'm the ISRC president of Walter Sisulu University. My presentation won't be long. I hope the audible.
We can hear you.
All right. My presentation won't be long, but it's just to give the background on the involvement of the SRC and what we have done so far, trying to engage the university into finding solutions to the current quandary that we are facing as the university. We, as the SRC, we have seen reports coming from relevant media platforms questioning the accreditation statuses of programs that are being offered by Walter Sisulu University. We then took it to ourselves to try to engage the university, finding out the authenticity of the allegations that are being done, or rather submissions that are being made by these media platforms. Upon meetings with the institutional management, where I, as the president and the secretary of the SRC, attend to represent students, we discovered and confirmed that indeed the university has programs that are not accredited, or rather it offers programs that have accreditation statuses that have been questioned or in question. And those programs were found to be 6, or they were 10 at the time. They were 10, where it was advanced diploma MEd in internal medicine, MEd in ENT, MEd anesthesiology, BSc zoology, postgraduate diploma in LIS, and postgraduate diploma in clinical pathology. As the ISRC, we believed that the university must be having an answer, or rather a response, as to say, how come that it offers programs that are not accredited, or rather that have accreditation statuses that are being questioned. However, the management at the time, it became quiet as to why were they allowing students to register and eventually graduate in these courses that are not accredited for the past years. To do a background, in February this year, we had a problem whereby students from Ezamuglungisa, Butterworth, and Komani could not register for Advanced Diploma Human Resource Management and Advanced Diploma Public Management due to the fact that it was alleged that their sites of offering were not accredited. We then questioned this, whereby we asked, how come that a site is not accredited for a course? So these students were asked to register under Buffalo City campus as a delivery site, but their teaching and learning be conducted at their various sites because their sites are not accredited for these programs. We questioned that, but in a space of a week, they told us that our CHE has resolved. These students can register their courses in their delivery sites as per the normal. That was fine. A week or two after that, it came to our attention as the SRC that the Advanced Diploma Internal Auditing, Advanced Diploma Journalism do not have accreditation. As a result, students cannot register in these courses. These programs are merely offered in Butterworth campus and Buffalo City campus, where students were told that they cannot register in these courses. Students who had applied prior for Advanced Diploma Internal Auditing were forced to go and to register with Cost Management Accounting Advanced Diploma, and students who prior applied for Advanced Diploma Journalism were forced to register with Advanced Diploma Public Relations. We then questioned why do we have these courses unaccredited? There was no answer to that. However, within a week or two, I remember I was with the Dean of Faculty at the time. There was a line message that came straight from the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs and Research, telling us that students now are allowed to register back to their courses, which are Advanced Diploma Internal Auditing, Advanced Diploma Journalism. So which means they must deregister now from Cost Management Accounting, which was an alternative, and deregister from Public Relations, which was also an alternative for them to get registered and enrolled for the year 2022. We questioned that what informs the registration of these students in these courses whereby we were told that these courses are not accredited. But then they told us that it has been resolved and we do not have time. Students must register. Registration is about to conclude. Then it was fine. Students registered. Fast forward now, we came and heard that these students are registered in programs that are not accredited. And these programs had accreditation statuses being questioned. We asked the management in terms of what exactly will happen regarding these students, because you understand that as the students that are on the pipeline that have been studying these courses and they are registered in these courses. And we have asked with meetings that what will happen of these students that are currently on the pipeline in these courses, and what will happen of the students that are due to register in May, and what will happen of the students that have already graduated with these programs and have assumed spaces of work in different institutions in the corporate world. One, we were told that the university was having engagements with CHE at the time. I remember it was the 8th of April. They were having engagements with CHE at the time. And this engagement that they had with CHE, there was a task team that was made that had SRC involved. And I believe we have delegated our Secretary General to be part of the task team, whereby a response came that these courses are not accredited and that these students who are currently registered with these programs, if we do not find resolution upon these programs, then these students will have to be told by the university that they must deregister, and that the students who are due to graduate in May, they must be told that they are not going to form part of the graduation ceremony of 2022 because they've been registered and they've been starting programs that are not accredited. We've asked the university then that as the student leadership and the representation of students, we cannot allow students to be deregistered and allow them to go back home. And we cannot allow students that were due to graduate and have made prior preparations for the graduation to be told that you are not going to graduate. I think 2 days or 3 days or 4 days after, there was a statement that came from the council reiterating the submissions that we've made, that there are students who are on the pipeline and there are students who have already graduated with these programs, and there are students who have assumed imisebenzi outside in the corporate world, stating that the university is busy engaging CHE and other regulatory bodies with these programs and qualifications, and that the students, if there is no resolution, the students are going to be told that they must deregister, and students are going to be told that they are not going to graduate for graduation in May 2022. And then after that, we have had engagements with the student body of the university as the primary stakeholders of the university, as to say, here is the status quo that we find ourselves in. We have students that are on the pipeline in these programs that are facing a threat of being deregistered by the university because they are on programs that are not accredited. The students who are due to graduate in May that are being told that they are not going to graduate because they have been registered on courses that have accreditation problems, right, sorry. Then we took these issues to the students where we deliberated with students. And the student populace of the university made it clear that one, we cannot allow students to be deregistered on problems that are not done by themselves, or rather on mistakes that are not done by themselves. These are mistakes that were committed and considered by the university. And we cannot allow students that are due to graduate in May and made prior preparations for the graduation to be told that they are not going to graduate and be extracted from the graduation list for May 2022. Then the student populace of the university made the submissions that in the process, the university must make an internal investigation of the programs, full package of programs that they are offering, because the students were convinced that it is not only the courses that are said to not be accredited that are not accredited. It might happen that there are also some programs that are being offered by the university, but as in a value, or rather that are being put under the carpet, that are not being told and do not have their accreditation. Also, the students said that we need a forensic investigation regarding the accreditation and the registration of the programs of the university, and that they want the ISRC to be involved in the meetings with the management and the ISRC and the council to give confidence first to the ISRC and give confidence and the students of Walter Sisulu University about the whole package of the programs that are being offered by the university. And that the students are not happy with the responses of the management of the university and the management plans in trying to find resolutions in the issues of students that are programs and students that have already graduated and the students that are due to graduate in these programs. And the students of Walter Sisulu University resolved and going to put hold on the operations of the university until the university finds the resolutions on the programs and finds the resolutions as to say, as the students that are currently enrolled in these programs, here are the resolutions. And that the students of Walter Sisulu University said, the graduation for two, yes.
We're going to switch off your camera because your network is very unstable. If you can do it on your side. And then Anila, can you please make me co-host on this device? And then, yeah, maybe consider just turning off your camera just so we can try and hear you better, then you may continue.
All right. Then the students of Walter Sisulu University said, the graduation in May 2022 should not continue and that the university must stop the preparations for the graduation of 2022 on this basis. That we cannot allow that there are students that are going to be taken out from the program and the preparations of the graduation in 2022, whereby they have made preparations for the graduation. And that we cannot allow the exclusion of students from the program of graduation in 2022. Considering the fact that if we allow graduation, are not going to graduate, those we then took those demands from the students. The students of Walter Sisulu University are saying that there must be a forensic investigation on it, and that there must be of the graduation until the issues are addressed, and that the students are not going to class because they do not have confidence on programs that they are doing themselves with the university.
President Mangisa, I don't know if you're still there. I've been trying to be patient because we understand the challenges that colleagues may have with connectivity. I don't seem to see him on the platform. I think we've lost him. Right, so we'll try and continue with colleagues from the SRC, perhaps even through questions, or at a later stage when he returns, we'll see if he still has perhaps concluding remarks to make.
Yeah.
Okay, I see you're back. If you can wrap up by 10:30, if you can be done with your presentation, please, President. We lost you there due to connectivity, but if you can wrap up by 10:30, we'd appreciate that.
All right, thank you, Chair. I think I have a problem with my Wi-Fi connectivity here, but I'll try to make it very brief and wrap up my submission. And it's clear that the students want transparency, as to say, now that you have students that are on the university is saying,
okay,
that they are winning
President Mangisa
by the university, and yes,
President Mangisa, the network is really not doing justice to your input. I really think you have some really critical points to share with us. However, the network is really not on our side. What I'd like to suggest is that perhaps you attempt to find a different location. And then what we'll do is when just after the CHE presents, we'll check with yourself if there's anything else you'd like to add, and hopefully your network will be better by then. But I really have been trying to, and I think collectively we've been trying to find you, considering the bad network, but we're struggling, and I really think it's going to compromise the contribution that you have to make, which we really would like to hear as the committee. So I'd like to suggest that you perhaps look for an alternative space that you could work from, and then we'll try you again after the CHE has presented, if that's okay. Colleagues, I'd then like to move on to the CHE, but I'd like to make to highlight something. The presentation from the institution, from WUSU, the one we received, which was a 14-page presentation that came together with other documents in a zip file, is not the same presentation you shared now with us. And so we are unable to refer back to your presentation in preparation of our engagements with yourself. So can I ask that presentation be sent to the Secretariat immediately, the latest and updated presentation, the one you just flighted, and also indicate to colleagues that if you, in the future when we do engage, please, if you make any changes to your presentations, that needs to be, the latest presentation that you have needs to be shared with the committee, unless there was, I don't know, a breakdown in communication somewhere. But as far as I know, and I've just checked with the Secretariat, we don't have the latest presentation that you've sent. And then with regards to the SRC, colleagues, yourselves as well, we ordinarily would request that you send a presentation to the committee for the committee to be able to follow the contributions that you will make to the committee. So we would request that the SRC within, what's today? Today is Wednesday. If the SRC can by Friday, please send a written account of the presentation they've just made. And then I would like to then hand over to colleagues from the CHE.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Themba Musia, I'm sure I'm known, but I'm accompanied by the CEO of the CHE, Dr. Green, and the chairperson of the HQC, Professor Anjuna Parekh, and the chairperson of the Accreditation Committee, Professor Nick Khrovia. We just go to the first slide. Chair, we have looked at this with all the agency, that it deserves, but also that just to mention that we were in the process of trying to see how we can navigate this as partners, and also just to say by way of introduction that we do, at times come across such challenges on discrepancies and things like that. Dental technology diploma is one such example that we're handling pretty much along the same lines. We know that the work that we do is underpinned by the Higher Education Act, and by and large, one of those requirements in this particular instance is accreditation. But you have also requested us to give a short presentation on institutional audits. So we divided the presentation in 3 parts, and we hope we'll finish within the allotted time. I will do the contextual introduction and the Walter Sisulu process, where we are. The CEO will handle that, and Professor Parekh will do the last bit on the institutional audit. So the second bullet here pretty much, is about the 3 requirements, and an institution cannot use one and not the other. And in this particular instance, we had the SACO ID matter, which is the last, the third bullet on the NQF. But the PQM, as we know, is about funding and arrangements and things like that, and for the institution. And accreditation is what we do at the CHE. Then if there are professional qualifications, we need an arrangement, then approval and endorsement. And this has been a long journey that we have embarked on over time, and I think it's fairly seamless now. Next slide, Witty. Just to give the committee just background, really this is fleeting background because we know, because this slide is loaded. So I'll just quickly go through the program input criteria and of course the process criteria in the different colors, as you can see. Program design, really, which is about looking at the mission of the institution, looking at student and all the other matters. How is it designed, the intellectual rigor that goes into designing a program, and so on and so forth. And the recruitment of students, whether it's about access and all of these things that we know are national imperatives, and the admission criteria and the rigor that goes into it to qualify for certain programs. And staffing arrangements, are people well qualified? Do they have academic profiles in terms of research and teaching experience and things like that? And of course, the teaching strategy. How do you go about and assessments, which is about security, and credibility of what we do, as institutions, and the infrastructure. And these criteria cut across all institutions, whether it's public or private, infrastructure, library resources. I mean, I remember one, many years ago, because I've been involved in this thing from the beginning, one of the private institutions hired a library from India when we were coming for a site visit. And a week or 2 later, it got into the ship and went back to India. But we went back and we didn't find it there. So also postgraduate policies and things like that are governing the rigor that goes in the criteria for program accreditation. And of course, process matters have to do with coordination of the programs and work-based learning, academic development, teaching, learning, interactions, and all of those kind of things. So it is fairly detailed. We can share that framework with you if you need it, but I'm sure we shared it before with Parliament. And the next slide is about the sub-framework, really the HQSF. This chair started a while back, and it was the HUKF as we know it. And but institutions need to register this. It needs to appear within all the three sub-frameworks. Well, the others is not ours, it's for the QCTO and the other policy, but we are the other. So with the alignment since I think 2013 or so, we introduced the HQSF, the sub-framework now, and that was gazetted as such, which is what led to a very massive alignment process of qualifications, 10,131 qualifications at the time. It took us quite a bit of time, but the majority of institutions complied. And of course, there were instances here and there where you have to pick up something and get it fixed, for institutions in terms of categorizations. And all of these are on our HQSF online platform, which is available to institutions. It's available, anyone can have a look at it, and we're able to communicate that as necessary. And all university vice chancellors had received that information way back during the process. We also had engagement in the portfolio committee about the closing of this in December of 2019, I think, and the minister before. In fact, they asked for an extension. Next slide. Chair, how the process worked, and I think part of the presentations we had before alluded to this, but we looked at three categories. The first one, it was not much of a problem in terms of structural changes to the curriculum and things like that, and so those were deemed accredited. And B was when there was less than 50%, of the structural changes in the offerings that we looked at, and institutions had to fix that. And then it was a B, it was not much of an alarm. But category C was if the changes were more than 50%, that's where institutions had to realign in terms of the criteria that we set then. And I must say that with the category A, it was pretty straightforward because there were not major changes, but with C, certain changes had to be done. And this is where part of the problem that we have here started with the alignment process, as you heard before. And we of course, we did all of these categorizations and submissions, and they were processed. Now, I think by the end of 2015, all qualifications that came through were categorized and classified and realigned and were captured and communicated on our platform. The next slide. The data validation project really is a partnership that we had since 2017 with the department and SAQA to ensure that we communicate one message, so that one entity does not do the other thing and the other, and so on and so forth. So we started that communication process. And once the institution has created a record, then we should look at it, confirm it, and look at what the discrepancies are and fix it either on the PQM or on the register, or of course with the accreditation as well, where necessary. And feedback was always given to institutions to address any anomalies that could have arisen. And in respect of WSU, This process was completed in 2019 and communicated on that date that you see here, November. And the CHA and DHET were working with the institution to address potential anomalies that have been found. And the issue that we're addressing now, as I said, is, has its roots in the HQSF alignment process. And of course, it is critical that the consolidation as we have it in the data validation project, was concluded. The next slide. The next slide, Chair, will be done by the CEO. It speaks to the heart of what you have asked us to do, including the next one. Thank you. Wait, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Prof. Musia, and good morning, Honorable Chair, Deputy Minister Manamela, and honorable members. And thank you for the opportunity for the CHE to present on this matter. I'll just put off my video so that you can save on bandwidth. So as Prof. Musia has indicated, the Walter Sisulu University qualifications issues we are dealing with now have their roots in the HEQSF alignment process, which was concluded by 2015 and communications available to all the universities on outcomes in relation to HEQSF alignment at that point in time. The DVP, the Data Validation Project, is picking up on anomalies. It is a project designed to do a sweeping up of what's on offer in the sector to make sure that we have a completely aligned HEQSF qualifications record for each institution that is also aligned with the PQM of the institution and the qualification registration status of the institution. So, and we are picking up anomalies through the system and working with individual universities to attend to those anomalies. CHE was working with Walter Sisulu to address the issues that have been highlighted. We had then the leakage to the media and the issue becoming quite public and quite big in the media. Basically, I think it's important to emphasize at this point that these are all legacy qualifications. They haven't come out of nowhere. The institution has a history of offering them. Prior to the HEQSF, when the HEQF was in place. And the issues around non-recognition at this point have arisen as a result of issues that happened during the alignment process. It's also important to understand that any students, that these programs could legitimately be offered regardless of their HEQSF alignment status. They could legitimately be offered up to the end of 2019. So students that were taken in as new enrollments up to 2019 have no issues around completion of these programs and graduation, even if after 2019, they continued as pipeline students and graduate after 2019. So it's really the students who have been taken into the programs that we are working with that were registered for the first time after 2020 that we need to be completely responsive to. So of the list of 30 qualifications that appeared in the press, DHET, CHE, and SAQA worked together with the institution, looked across all the records, and confirmed that of the big list, only 6 of them of that list had issues related to either accreditation and or PQM clearance. And those 6 qualifications are listed on the slide. The postgraduate diploma in library and information sciences is a program that was not offered since 2019, no new enrollment since 2019. So really doesn't have an issue around status at this point in time. The institution is no longer offering that. But the other 5 are the programs that we've been working with the institution, with DHET and with SACWA in an effort to assist to find a solution. And these two can be broken down into two categories, as Prof. Sonka indicated. Three of them, were submitted for HEQSF alignment and ended up as category C. And two of them, the Master of Medicine and the Postgraduate Diploma, was not submitted as part of the realignment process. So what the CHE did in response to this issue is to provide a full briefing to the Higher Education Quality Committee, the HEQC, on the issue and our understanding of the issue based on the evidence. And the HEQC was able to apply its mind to this issue and pointed to two steps that the CHE should take to assist to resolve this issue. So regarding the 5 programs, what we would do would be to look at, to undertake a new review of the programs, using the methodology that we utilized during the HEQSF alignment process, and to understand, now that we are 7 years down the line, these things were reviewed in 2014, 2013, what's the actual status of the programs and the offering at this point in time in relation to HEQSF alignment? And could we come to a different determination around alignment with the HEQSF at this point in time? So that's the one process. The other process was to conduct a full audit of all the programs that the university is offering and to pick up any other anomalies and to work with the institution, to work with DHET and to work with SACWA to address those. So, and this is how the CHE is working in the sector. So balancing our role around holding institutions to account with a role around supporting the sector in a kind of solution-oriented fashion, so that we collectively work to address challenges that have arisen. Both processes are underway. The first process is coming to a conclusion. I'm not going to go in detail through this because I think Prof. Sonka has given the background around this and the status of the programs. Just to reiterate that the Advanced Diploma in Internal Auditing is a Category C program, and so we shouldn't have had enrollments after 2020, new enrollments. So we did undertake the review. The university has been very cooperative in this regard. We have had all the information submitted that we requested. We have had an evaluator working on this over the last 2 weeks. We indicated at our first meeting in April that we would try to meet a 3-week time frame, understanding the urgency of this issue. And certainly we are on track to meet that time frame. The review has happened. The reviewer has come to conclusions, and we thought we will share these recommendations with the committee in a spirit of transparency and openness, understanding that these are recommendations at this point in time, which must be taken to the HEQC for an HEQC final decision. But they are recommendations that are based on a strong re-evaluation of the program, utilizing the HEQSF review methodology and by an evaluator that was part of the process during the HEQSF alignment. And the conclusion for the Advanced Diploma in Internal Auditing in terms of the evaluator recommendation is that we could recategorize this program as a Category B program with short-term conditions that pick up on aspects that the evaluator has highlighted as issues that need to be addressed by the institution. And we put in a time frame of those issues needing to be addressed by 2022, after which we'll confirm that this is a fully HEQSF aligned program, which can continue to be offered. But if the institution does not address it, then by the end of 2022, we'd remove accreditation and a new accreditation application would need to be submitted. The net effect of taking forward a recommendation like this is that the students that have been enrolled in the program after 2020, 2021, and 2022 can graduate because the program will have a status around HEQSF alignment Category B. I want to reiterate that there is no problem with all students who were enrolled before 2019. Even those that are in the workplace, there's no question, there can't be any question about their status, about their qualification, and so on. It's really the students just who have been enrolled in 2020, 21, and 2022. The same process happened with Advanced Diploma in Journalism. It's almost in exactly the same kind of context as the Advanced Diploma in Internal Auditing in terms of the history of the HEQSF alignment process. The review has undertaken the exercise and has come to the same conclusion in relation to this one. The Bachelor of Science Honors in Zoology is also a Category C program as a result of the HEQSF alignment process. This one had issues that were more related to the nature of the content in the program during the HEQSF alignment process and the overbalance towards ecology versus a bigger focus on zoology. But the evaluator is of the opinion that, and has provided quite a lot of guidance around how content can be reshaped going forward to ensure compliance with the naming formulation of the qualification. And again, the recommendation is to work with it as a Category B program over the year 2022 with the same kind of conditions. So these were the 3 programs that were submitted during the HEQSF alignment process, which ended up as being categorized as Category C by the end of 2015, and which we've now re-reviewed 7 years after the fact to look at what's the status quo at this point in time. In relation to the postgraduate diploma in chemical pathology, this program did not come through the review process. So there was no evaluation of the HEQSF alignment process that we could really pick up on because it didn't happen. So basically what the evaluator has been able to do is to look at the program offering as it's been offered at this point in time and to make a determination around HEQSF alignment. So in essence, carrying out a new evaluation, a first evaluation of this program for HEQSF alignment. And the evaluator recommendation for this one as well is HEQSF Category B with some short-term conditions to be addressed. A Master of Medicine in Obstetrics and Gynecology, another program that didn't come through the HEQSF alignment process, not on the PQM current enrollments, as the VC has indicated. It was part of a generic MEd prior to the HEQSF, and all the other qualifications that were separated from the generic and came through the HEQSF alignment process were all categorized as Category A, which gives us an indication that if this one had come through at that point in time, it likely, in all likelihood, would have been categorized as well as Category A. Having said that, a review of the program was undertaken by the evaluator. And you can see the conclusions of the evaluator there, that the consideration is that there is HEQSF alignment in terms of exit level outcomes, learning strategy, assessment criteria, curriculum, and assessment. And that the evaluator recommends the program as being a HEQSF Category A, regarded as accredited and HEQSF aligned. So Honorable Chair, that's the process that the CHE has gone through in relation to these 5 programs. We will now be taking the comprehensive report of the evaluator and tabling it at an HEQC meeting, which will be convened in the next week. The HEQC will apply its mind to the comprehensive report and then to make determinations on these recommendations. And we will be able to communicate an outcome to the university within the next 7 days. We want to reiterate that the process B will still be continuing. We have a parallel process in place with a different team looking across all the programs at the institution and looking at alignment with the HEQSF, looking at PQM, and looking at registration status. And if we pick up any other anomalies, we will be working with them in a similar kind of process to what we've just articulated to the committee today. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me hand over to Professor Parak, who will talk to the institutional audit process. Professor Parak, are you there?
Sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. I was talking to myself. I'm not sure if you can see me. I don't know whether
We can see you.
you can. Thank you. Thank you. I was just saying good morning to you, Chair, and to members of the committee. I'm going to be focusing. I'm Professor Parak. I'm the chairperson of the HEQC, member of the board of the CHE. Chair, the committee had asked that we also, in our presentation, just update the committee on the second round of institutional audits, which is currently underway of all higher education institutions. So this is just a very brief progress update on the institutional audits. Now, institutional audits has been used by, just by way of background, by the HEQC, as a means of carrying out its responsibilities for quality assurance. The first cycle of institutional audits, which if you can just, was undertaken in the period 2004 to 2011. 23 public higher education institutions were audited. Some private higher education institutions also volunteered to be audited during that time. And that cycle was completed. Then in 2017, 2019, we were requested to undertake a special audit of the University of Zululand. That was done. And then in preparation for the second cycle of institutional audits, in 2018, we undertook 2 pilot audits to check against the draft framework for the second round of institutional audits. And in this pilot, we had 1 public and 1 private higher education institution, the Vaal University of Technology and Boston City campus. And in 2021, last year, we initiated the second cycle of national audits. In the period 2021 and currently 2022, to audit all 26 public universities, and that's been initiated. And then in 2023, we will also audit some private higher education institutions as they come up for re-registration. The next slide, please. This second cycle of institutional audits has 4 focus areas. The first is area is around the governance, the institution's overall governance, the strategic planning, the management and leadership in support of the core academic functions. And you can see, I'm not going to go through it, Chair, in the interest of time, the various standards against which we evaluate the institutional performance against focus area 1. Broadly, to see whether the institution has a clearly articulated vision and mission, and how does this vision and mission get translated through the core functions. The second focus area is on the design and implementation of the institutional quality management systems. And here we're asking, and we're looking at whether the university has a quality assurance system in place, and what does it, and whether the minimum standards that we would expect are being met, whether it has the human and the infrastructure and the financial resources to underpin a comprehensive quality assurance system, whether the institution also is constantly monitoring its performance in relation to quality, and the proxies, obviously, that are used around throughput rates, completion rates, also about the quality of their graduates, etc., are things that we are looking at as well. Third focus area, next slide, please, is around the coherence and integration of the institutional quality management system, again, to support the core academic functions. Here, the focus is, is there evidence-based decisions that are taken at all times to ensure a sound quality? What is the evidence that they have? Are they using this? Are they drawing on this evidence for their decision-making processes? And the last area, next slide, is around the curriculum development, learning and teaching support to promote student success. Does the university, for example, have an effective institutional system for program design, approval, delivery, management, and review? And just to bring it back to Walter Sisulu, this is one of the issues that the Vice-Chancellor mentioned in her report back, is an issue that they are looking at as well. And then, the students' exposure to teaching and learning across all sites, the mode of provision. And this is a particularly important issue around curriculum and development, particularly in the context of COVID and the move in the first 2 years to fully online. And now increasingly, universities are adopting a more blended form of engagement in relation to teaching and learning. And then if I move to the next slide, the way in which we will evaluate each institution, it's not whether, yes, you've got a good system or no, you've got a bad system, but we're looking at levels of functionality. At the extreme end is not, an institution that is not functional. There might be areas of serious concern in the institution's quality management system, and so, not functional. There might be areas where the institution is functional, but some areas that they need substantial improvement. A third category being functional, and the fourth, a mature system. So those are the kind of recommendations and commendations that will come through in the actual reports. Then we move to the kind of just a brief overview of the methodology. As we said, we initiated the process in 2021. We developed an institutional audit framework and a manual, which was approved in March. We then met with the institutions to inform them of the process, and that was quite an extensive process. We've also, and this is important, we've also run a number of capacity development workshops. So it's not just saying to the institutions, we're doing an audit and leave it to you to develop your self-evaluation report, but we've also been working with institutions to assist them in developing the capacity to develop their self-evaluation reports. We've also appointed the audit panels, and they also, on the panel, there's always, as you know, we try to ensure that there's one international member of the panel with local people on the panel. Each panel, the members on each panel have no association with the institution that they will be auditing. We've already completed the audit of UNISA, and that's done. We've got 20 site visits that are going to be taking place from May to November this year, and then 5 site visits that will take place in 2023. If we can move to the next slide, please. This is the, I'm not going to go through each one of them, but it just gives you an idea of when the process began for each of the institutions, when we expect their self-evaluation reports to be submitted, then when the site visit is going to be conducted, and when the final reports are to be expected. And in the case of Walter Sisulu, which is the last one at the bottom, you can see that we initiated the process in March last year. At the end of this month, the institution will submit its self-evaluation report. Their site visit is scheduled to take place in August, and by June of next year, we should have their final audit report. So these, so the process is well underway, and I'm pleased to say that the institutions have responded very well to the audit and have taken it with the kind of seriousness that we expect it to be given. The self-evaluation reports have started to come in, and we are now working with the site visits. If we can go to the next slide, please. Okay. So I've said that the final audit reports for the public are expected between November of this year and next year. The executive summaries of the audit reports will be placed on the CHE website as part of its accountability function. So there's transparency, and anyone wanting to read those summaries has access to it. The institutions, based on the audit findings, will then be required to submit improvement plans based on the recommendations in the audit report, and regular reporting on progress with the improvement. So they will tell us what they intend to do, and then they have to give us regular progress reports to demonstrate that they are in fact making those improvements. And then there'll be a final closeout report for the institutions. I've mentioned that already in relation to the privates. I think that is it, Richie. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm done.
Can I check if that's it then from the CHE?
Yes, that's the presentation from the CHE.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, colleagues, Mr. Musia, Mr. Green, as well as Ms. Parikh for your presentations. I'd like to check with the president of the SRC if he has found better location and perhaps, okay, I don't seem to see him on the platform. All right, and then just check, I know DM Manamela had sent an apology to say that he will be leaving earlier. I want to check if there's nothing else from the DM side before I open for members to engage. Okay, I think we're fine on that end. All right, honorable members, those are the presentations we've then received from various stakeholders presenting this morning. Would like to note hands of those that would like to engage. I see the hand of Honorable Litzie, Honorable Mananiso, Honorable Sibia. Okay, we'll take those hands for now, and then we'll come back to Honorable Yabo, and then we'll come back to members who will later indicate their interest to engage. Honorable Litzie.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for noting me first. In my network, my name is Washing, so I'm hoping that it will not be giving me problems, at least until I'm done. Good morning to yourselves. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning to the DM, the ministry, team, everybody, including the advisors, that side, the DG and the team from the department, CH in Tatemusia, or led by Tatemusia, and who's led by the chair who's now in court. Good morning to the students as well and everybody else. I think, Chair, I'm going to try and run as my network really is not our network is unstable now. My network is not really good. I hope you can still hear me. So the first one is to the university, maybe a comment first. A comment is that this is depressing. It's depressing to me. I'm not a student.
Honorable Litzie, yeah, your network is really working against us. If you could, I don't know, but we can't hear you. We've lost you. Okay, I'm gonna take Honorable Mananiso in the meantime. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start by actually welcoming the presentations from the university, from the SRC, and as well from Chair. And one would want to thank them for actually giving us the brief background of this particular story. And one would want to actually emphasize on what Honorable Litsie could have said, that this issue is very depressing. And, you know, it is very sad that how does such happen in such an institution? Chair, I want to commend the VC for taking an initiative to clean up the qualifications, and in that process, identifying the shortcomings. It gives us confidence that we have good leadership and further urge them to clean up the whole system to make WSU an institution of choice. Chair, the VC noted that their situations were complicated by high turnover in critical offices. So I want to check what caused these high turnovers. And I want to check if students were given necessary support, like your social support, those who are actually implicated by this particular accreditations. So I want to check for now, what is it that the institution is doing as a social support to the student as they are still waiting for the final process of Chair? Has the institution tried to call press conferences without being invited? Because we know this issue is all over. And I want to check with them, as they are saying that they have realized that there's some challenges in terms of their lack of communications with regard to this issue. So I want to check if they have tried as an institution to actually make sure that they call press conferences so that they feed the society at large in terms of what is happening, as the chair has alluded that they want to be transparent and be truthful in terms of what is the problem. And they have actually realized that the problem is bigger than what they have emphasized before. So I want to check if they have tried to do that in terms of public awarenesses with regards to the matter. On the issue of reskilling of staff, can we have a skills audit report in writing by the institution so that we know who are those who are within the institutions who didn't have actually the requisite of being where they are in terms of their execution of work? I want to check as well from Chair and WSU if there are financial implications with regards to this particular process. Chairperson, again, on the issue of total qualifications offered at WSU, how many qualifications are accredited and how many are not? According to Section 28(1) of the Higher Education Act, the Senate of a public higher education institution is accountable to the Council for the academic and research functions of the public higher education institutions and must perform such other functions as may be delegated or assigned to it by the Council. What are the implications for the Senate in the accreditations of qualifications? What are the implications for the register as well? And Chairperson, my question to Chair again is with regards to, did the Chair do a full audit on all qualifications at the time? If so, what were the findings? If not, why? Again, this one is for Chair. When will they conclude this process? And what are the implications if qualifications are not confirmed to be unaccredited? What consequence management interventions will they implement as Chair? And lastly, Chairperson, one would want to emphasize that actually these particular allegations must not be taken on a light note, because it will actually cost the institution a reputation, and as well us as members of parliament who are actually deployed in this particular PC, that we don't actually do our robust oversight and accountability to this institution. So I want them to actually send to us in writing as the portfolio committee a clear plan of action with specific timeframes on what is it that they are doing on day-to-day basis with regards to the matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso. Can I check if Honorable Litsie's network has come all right?
Back. Can you hear him that side?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Now I was saying, Chair, and I think Honorable Mananiso covered it a bit, that this thing is depressing because there are students who are supposed to graduate who were told are not going to graduate. There are students who are allowed to enroll, and I wanted to check from the university if they've organized counseling for these students, if any, and then who chair was established. The merger was established on the 1st of July in 2005. That's in less than 2 months, it will be 17 years since the merger. And the explanation that these things might have come because of the merger, really for me does not arise that issue, because it has been 17 years, Chair. And I know that the VC is new there, but I don't think that explanation should arise that it's because of the merger and all of that. Now, 2 questions. Who specifically was supposed to ensure that these courses, their registration with the CHE or their accreditation is finalized? Who was supposed to do that? And what is it that the university has done to hold those people accountable? Because this thing, it has serious financial implications for everybody concerned, because there were lecturers who were paid to teach these things. Clearly, the university paid them. There are financial implications on the side of the university. Are these qualifications? Did we have NSFAS-funded students on this? And if yes, it means there are again financial implications. Money of the state was used to fund these students using money of the state. So there are financial implications, irrespective of how you want to look at it. Now, who was responsible for not making sure, or who was supposed to make sure that the registration is complete and did not do it? And has there been any consequence management from the university to those people concerned? And what is the status of those consequence management? Chair, this is not the first time this thing has come to light. And I think the Daily Dispatch, if I'm not mistaken, on the 26th of November 2018, ran an article in 2018, Chair, that nearly 800 Mthatha-based WUSU students at that time will have to register for the Bachelor of Science degree in prosthetics and orthotics in Durban if they wanted to graduate with an accredited qualification. At the time, the university had 746 students enrolled in the program. So it's not the first time that this thing comes to light. In fact, in the same article, the article said WUSU also failed to get its degrees accredited by CHE since its inception due to late submission of document and missing information on its application. So this is not the first time these things happen. So has there been any consequence management on anybody who was supposed to do this thing and did not do those things, meaning they did not do their work? NS had a conversation with, I can't remember if it was early this year or late last year. They had indicated, or they reported to us, that the students that were wrongly coded and resulted in defunding of those students. VC, can you please verify whether the alignment and recoding of qualifications has not affected students' funding by NSFAS? And thirdly, what is it that the university did before the appointment of the new vice chancellor to address this accreditation status of qualifications? Because clearly this thing, Chair, I've just mentioned that the Daily Dispatch would have ran an article as far back as I've mentioned. And to Council for Higher Education, have all institutions in South Africa, all public institutions, maybe not even public, all institutions in South Africa compiled with the realignment as per the HEQSF that you mentioned? If not, which is yet to finalize their compliance? And two, may CHE and SAQA, maybe they should present the latest on the realignment and compliance with the HEQSF by all institutions. So, Chair, I'm lobbying yourself and honorable members that maybe we must, on our program, schedule a meeting with CHE and SAQA, where they're going to present a full presentation on the realignment and compliance with their HEQSF thing. And I think maybe also to comment on the comments by the chair of council earlier on, that this month alone, or since the beginning of last month, they've had 4 council meetings which extensively dealt with this issue. And I think, Chair, in the spirit of who we are, of being honest, fair and partial, I think it's important that we thank the council of WUSU for really taking the bull by its horn and doing the extraordinary in convening as many council meetings to deal with this particular issue. And maybe the same should be done in the university. I know that they said they've got a task team now. Maybe if the terms of reference of that task team on this matter, VC, you could give us the terms of reference and the time period, because whether we like it or not, lives of people have been affected by this thing. Lives of those students have been affected by these things. And maybe to ask, I heard the chair of council saying they've released 2 extensive communiques to the public and the university community at large. But I think, Chair, from where I'm sitting, that has not really been enough. and we must then implore on the university to, to be all over clarifying this thing. So one, clarifying that it's not 26 or 28 programs of qualifications that are affected. It's actually 6, and one of them is not being offered anymore. They must also go out, communicate with the public that this is what they've been doing. And those who have been found to have been responsible for this thing, this is 1, 2, 3, 4 has been done to them. So what I'm employing on the university here, Chair, is that they must have a series of media briefs, or series of media interviews by both council and the university management. They must even go to that daily dispatch itself, clarify some of the things, because running away or not entering into that space, you are creating a problem for the university, for the reputation of the university itself. But also you are adding to, a fear. You are adding fear to the students who are affected and those who are not affected. The reality is that there are people who generally would just say everything that comes from WUSU is bogus. And therefore, companies might want to associate themselves with graduates, people who graduated in programs that were accredited from WUSU. And therefore, this thing has got far more reaching implications if it's not clarified. And then I would like to implore the university team led by the council and the management to do a series of interviews clarifying these matters to the general public. It's not only the university community that needs to hear this, it's the general public, business out there that might want to give opportunities, economic opportunities to graduates of WUSU, need to hear that indeed it's not all. And even these ones were affected, they were affected from point A to point B. So those who were before point A and after point B are not affected by this thing, so that we don't create a serious hurdle for graduates from WUSU. I think WUSU, Chair, is one of reputable institutions. And this thing, has negatively affected the reputation of that institution. And it's upon the leaders currently there in both council and management who must fix this thing. Thank you very much, Chair. And yes, again, apologies for my network. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Litie. Honorable Sibia.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for all presentations. Chair, is bad, ihlazo, and is hurting. I don't know what about those affected students, and it will become worse, because if uzwa ama students at those who are affected maba graduate ngapha i-department ithi cha ngeke ba graduate, yabo ukuthi sekuzoba nalawo ma tensions. But ke out of all that, i-consequence management asizwa thina noyedwa nje ukuthiwa uke wabuya emnyango wejele. Why not? Why not? Is it the whole management eyenza yonke lento, or ama individuals, or lawo ma individuals manje nifuna enze ukuthi university yonke wonke umuntu athi this university And abazohlekwa labantwana manje abe bekade kumele bagraduate sebengasa-graduate bazohlekwa. Then it will come to that position ukuthi athi umfundi, okay, let me kill myself. But sifuna ukuthola ekugcineni ukuthi who is doing all this? Which steps were taken? Makuboshwa abantu. Thank you, Chair.
Siyabonga, Mam Sibiya. Honorable Yabo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think the trouble with speaking after Honorable Letsie is that he goes through the whole rundown of issues that one would also like to ventilate on. However, let me greet everyone on the platform, senior leadership of the department, honorable members, yourself, Chair, the ministry, if it's still online, CHE, and the institution itself. And on a lighter note, when I saw the presentation of the president of the SRC and he kept mentioning the ISRC, I kept asking myself, is this SRC international, Bagit? And then I realized, no, actually it's the institutional SRC. But that was on a lighter note. I think my comment, Chair, is premised on the fact that we are sitting with this problem that presents itself where there are leaders in an institution. And without sounding too cynical or too much of an armchair critic, I would want to ask a question. Is there a risk mitigation framework for the institution and by the leadership of the institution? And in that risk mitigation framework, a proper analysis of imminent risks that may arise out of situations similar to this one, where qualifications lose their accreditation or they do not meet the standard as required. Isn't there a mitigation matrix of risk? And if not, why not? Because I would think when you have a risk mitigation matrix or framework, you are able to foresee what I may call Murphy's Law. Anything that could go wrong, going wrong at one time or another, at one juncture or another, and being able to sufficiently prepare for that risk so that it does not arise, or when or if it arises, there are measures put into place already preempting such a risk arising. I think it's a failure on management's part to prepare for such by having a proper risk assessment for the whole institution. And I would think that perhaps it is as a result of the poorly managed merger, which the institution itself accepts and concedes to, that they were unable to manage the merger, and the merger was just in form and not in content. And the presentation that has been made to rectify some of the shortcomings presented by the shortfalls of a merger in form and not in content need to be speeded up post haste, because already we are sitting with a situation where poor preparation has been made in relation to the risks that may emanate from running an institution as important as WUSU, but also the fact that it will have dire consequences for those students who would have applied for these courses at the time when there was no question around their accreditation. And now the impact of such a problem is now felt by the students who, in my view, are innocent participants in the whole process. I think someone must take the flak, and that is my opinion on the matter. Someone needs to take the flak for not being able to preempt a risk. And I think the nature of risks is that you can never really be fully prepared, but you must demonstrate the effort taken to prepare for risks that emanate in the course of doing or carrying out your business as mandated by law. And I think we should not have been, we should not find ourselves in this situation if those who are tasked with executing their responsibilities in this particular line function would have done so. Perhaps we should be told whether there is a risk, and usually they would pair it with audit. They would call it risk and audit department, or you would have an executive or a subcommittee of council or as part of Senate who would handle risks as part of their day-to-day duties. And I think that's where the university or the institution would have faltered. And I agree with Mam Spear that there needs to be consequence management in relation to those who would have been given the responsibility and failed to execute on it, and raise alarm bells on the process of accrediting these qualifications. And this is a trend that needs to be backed and stymied so that it doesn't continue moving forward. And I think we should not rest on our laurels, but we should also get updates on the progress being made towards the audit that is now being conducted by the Council for Higher Education. But in the meantime, solutions must be found for these students who are affected adversely by this problem. And we should also get a report on how it is going to be dealt with in the here and now. And without going too deep into my personal criticisms of that this dilemma could have been prevented, let me hold it there, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yabo. Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think actually in most cases which I had questions, I had been covered by the members, by the fellow members. I just want to make 3 remarks. The first thing is that my experience as a teacher is that when you present schooling or any kind of education, you sell trust. And when you can't sell trust, then you have a big problem, and it takes a long time to recover from that. And maybe I would ask in that regard just one question: the idea of the rebranding of Walter Sisulu University. What exactly does the idea entail? Would it be a new name? Would it be whatever? The second thing is that indeed I think there's nothing as transformative as good education, and that must be recognized also. Now it seems to me that the quality of the qualifications is not the big question, but the registration status. One would like to be assured that the quality of contents and presentation are all above question, and that the students therefore still get a good education if the administrative issues could just be addressed. And yeah, maybe we should leave it at that. I just want to ask then the question about what the rebranding would exactly mean. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Boshoff. Honorable Mahlatsi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to you, as well as colleagues in the Portfolio Committee, the DM, CHE, as well as Walter Sisulu University leadership, and everybody on the platform. Chair, I would want to start with, as much as members have expressed their views on the issues, and one would sound as if she's repeating what has already been put before the Portfolio Committee. But my serious concern around this particular process, or the situation that we are seated with, has always been around the communication of the university. The fact that we all saw the saga on media even before the university could communicate, it really raises eyebrows. We do applaud the work that has been done by the new VC, because in the presentation, it was quite clear that the article from Daily Dispatch came through after the work that has been done by the university itself to really see to it that accreditation of these programs that are being offered by the institution are properly accredited. Now, when the university realized that there was some mischief in relations to these issues, why didn't the institution be the first to communicate? Because, Slalo, anything that comes from a third party, being the media in this instance, questions the credibility of the institution and the moral value of its own leadership. Because had the university did it on their own, even before it went out through the media, we would be speaking something else. Because most probably they would have worked out a strategy in terms of how to mitigate this matter, how to deal with it, and what to communicate. Now, my real concern is when there are issues of this nature that have got so much, serious implications, not only to students, but to parents, to those who have graduated, it really, it's a serious concern. And we must insist actually, as Honorable Litsi has indicated, that there must be a vigorous communication on progress made so that those who are affected by this particular process, their fears are, alleviated, so that we, I'm seated here, I'm asking myself, a student who has graduated in 2020, who has been employed somewhere else with that particular qualification, what is the status of his or her own employment at this current point? To those who have actually gone through to do post-grad qualifications with those particular qualifications that are now questionable, what then becomes the status of that particular student in a different institution? So these are some of the worries and concerns over and above issues of financial implications. Here we're dealing with people's lives and people's future, and most probably younger generation for that matter. So it is important that the institution really insist that they really communicate as situation progresses. Secondly, Slalo, I want to speak about the merger. The VC said in her presentation that when the merger took place, they took into other technical colleges, which amongst the two, one is still operating in silo with its own management and it's doing its own business. What does that mean? And how is the institution intending to deal with this particular matter? Now, trying to move forward in terms of what I believe would assist the institution is one, we would, as a portfolio committee, I want to believe we would want to see this issue be dealt with as a matter of yesterday. That not that WUSU must be done any favors, but we would want to see stage in expediting the process of verifying qualifications and making sure that this issue is dealt with speedily. But when it comes to WUSU, one would want to understand, Chair, what are the, in terms of the 6 programs that are being questioned, is there any intention at this point in time, or are they going to await the verification process to replace these legacy programs, so that we don't sit with the same issue in future? When we come to the SRC is saying, Chair, to us that no student must graduate. I want to assume this is meant for purposes of solidarity with other students, but in real terms, what does it mean to a student who would want, whom now, we're closing in an opportunity for them to explore other avenues in as far as whether it's work, whether it's studying further, and so on. Much as we are saying this matter must be expedited, must be dealt with, I think for those students who might not necessarily be affected by this particular process, they should be allowed to graduate. Graduation to a Black child, not that WUSU is only accommodating of a Black child, but to a Black child, to a family, is bigger than, I don't know what. So them graduating is much more important to the students that themselves who are graduating, is much more important to the entire family, is important to the entire community. So really, not allowing them to really go through that process, it will be quite unfair. So I would want to pursue the SRC to consider this particular posture and allow students, those whom are not affected by this particular process, to really graduate. But Chair, we must applaud the chairperson of the council in his own words to say, one, they appreciate the work that we are doing at this point in time, bring WUSU before the committee under these circumstances, because this also gives them an opportunity to communicate to the communities to say, this is what is actually happening. And secondly, we must give applause to the VC themselves, though there are these shortcomings of them communicating, that the process of verification was initiated by the institution itself. We must applaud them for that, and we must give them what I call encouragement, because it is important that this institution recover from this saga. But for the institution to recover from the saga, there should be consequence management, and it must be an issue that is dealt with as in like yesterday, so that you give confidence to the students, to the community of South Africa. Also, if we don't do that, there will be questions about an institution. Institution will definitely lose in terms of having academic staff who do not want to be associated with that particular institution. You lose in terms of students not wanting to study at that particular university. And the university would definitely suffer a great loss, given the challenges that we have in terms of access to higher education. Thank you very much, Clark.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mahlatsi. Can I just indicate to President Manisa, a sincerest apologies. I actually was meant, no, I did actually check if you were around after the CHE, however, you weren't on the platform. Can I indicate to you that you will be given an opportunity to respond to inputs from members? However, at this point in time, opportunity is given to honorable members of the committee to make their comments and recommendations and to ask whichever questions they need to ask. I'd like to then allow Honorable King to speak.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I was very fortunate enough because, you know, I alerted you also that I would like WUSU before the committee some time ago. But in haste, in order to get proper answers, I did meet with the Vice Chancellor beforehand to get clarity on these issues. And I got clarity, but the main concern that is so of concern to me is the fact that the qualifications in terms of its quality is not in question, but we need to also be mindful of the skills that most of the lecturing staff have. It was also concerning that the number of doctorates at the institution is not at the level required that most other universities have, which actually raised then concern as well as to having undergraduate lecturers would then oversee those in postgraduate positions. So the skills audit is very much needed. Also, the way the communication was directed in order for the university to save face and also not to tarnish the name of the institution, to not communicate, actually affected this escalation in the media and the uncertainty. So we would really like to implore on the institution with haste to make sure that they communicate in the public domain on that matter and not just rely on the CHE statement which was released regarding this matter. So that's basically it, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable King. Honorable members, we must also indicate that Honorable Chirwa has been appointed or deployed as the alternate member of the EFF to our committee. Honorable Chirwa, welcome to the youngest, most progressive committee in Parliament, to the Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation. We look forward to working with you moving forward. Honorable Chair, you may go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to everyone that's present and all the colleagues. I think my questions, are rooted in the line of wanting to know how this collective responsibility taken by the institution and by the department looks like. Because it almost feels like a figment in the sky. We can't really figure it out. We can't really it's not tangible. We don't know the extent to which this collective responsibility of taking on the consequence of the situation goes. And for me in particular, I don't think it's enough. I don't think collective responsibility is enough. We need to know the names of these people that are responsible, who was involved, which office was supposed to oversee this process, who was supervising, who was overseeing, and obviously management for lack of foresight and intervention as this was unfolding. And now because these are the questions that have not been answered, can they be answered? And also what the process then is from then onwards on how this issue will be tackled and how consequences will be taken from then onwards, because we can't have this kind of crisis unfolding in an institution such as WUSU and then nobody taking accountability. And then it's just one meeting after the other, but no tangible system of taking accountability and no tangible consequences, because then it will keep on happening. There isn't anything that is holding people at ransom to ensure that this does not happen again, besides a commitment. And probably was a commitment even prior to this. So we can't work with commitments and no tangible consequences to situations such as this. And secondly, I think we should look more deeper into the issue of the personal implication this thing has had or is having or will have on students that are being affected. I would like to know of the interventions to this level or in the same breath by the department and the institution on how the impact on interpersonal and personal lives of students that are being affected is going to be taken or held, right? Is there going to be, because now many parents made an investment in their children's lives, monetary investment. And in as much we're almost not going into it, but that kind of investment also has interest and other costs associated to wanting to get that degree. That cost of accommodation, costs of food, costs of daily living, costs of textbooks, and all those things associated with getting a qualification in higher education. And then what happens? Who then carries this cost loss for the parents in particular, especially noting that their children are not coming back home with something tangible, or that their lives are going to be disrupted in one way or another. I think there should be much more investment into this particular aspect. And the department should really just carry this particular situation, and the institution as well. So there should be like collective effort in ensuring that it is, because now the time cannot be regained that has been lost. I think crying over that will not help us with the current situation. But there can be other means of ensuring that the interest, the monetary investment, and the interest it should have made over the years, or the material implication of that, at an interest rate, because this country has insisted to make education something that is commodified. And even in these instances, we should commodify the cost until we come to a point where such is not the situation for other parents and other students that are part of this particular situation. But on the issue also of personal implication and how this thing has disrupted the lives, like the personal lives, we touch on it. But I think there should be like an in-depth investigation by the department so we can see these people, see their lives, know their names, and know how it actually affects them in their interpersonal lives, besides it just being like fleeting conversations. Because then I think we'll start having an appreciation of how this is affecting people's lives on a deeper level, even though we do have it, obviously, because we are portfolio committee members of this, we are members of this portfolio committee, and we are public reps and stuff like that. But I think there should be more investment into seeking out how this has really, disrupted people's lives and the people that are affected by this particular thing. And lastly, I want to know from the institution, when did this situation, this crisis that they have, come to their attention before it got out into the public domain? Like when were you aware that this is the situation that you're having, and how long until then it came to the public domain was that period for? Thank you very much, Chairperson, and yes, I feel very welcome.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chirwa. Thank you very much, honorable members, for all your contributions, comments, recommendations, questions. I think from my side, perhaps I'll focus more extensively towards our recommendations as a committee. I think the committee is well aware of the challenges the legacy challenges that may have come or have come with the merger of the institution. And we understand that, Prof. Songa, you inherit some of these legacy challenges of the institution. And, I think many of us in the responsibilities that we're given, we inherit a lot of the challenges that we were not part of. But however, we are forced by the offices that we hold to attempt by our utmost best to turn the tide and to change the realities of the spaces that we find ourselves in, not for our own benefit, but for the interest of those that we represent. And I think the committee has a full understanding of that. And we want to commit ourselves to continuing to support yourselves as the institution, working together with the CHE, working together with the department to try our best as a sector, as a collective, to ensure that we meet the mandate of the higher education and training sector. Now, I think to the core of this, and this is what really is of great frustration to many members who have spoken, is what seems to be a leadership, firstly, in capacity, but also instability. Noting the amount of DVCs that we've had in the institution. I think right at the beginning of the articulation of of management's presentation, speak at length around that, but also considering the general governance and management instability that the institution has faced. And this is a crisis that we have across the sector, particularly in historically disadvantaged or Black institutions. I've been saying to the department that perhaps we must have a debate or a colloquium, some form of engagement where we can speak on this issue of whether we refer to these spaces as historically disadvantaged or historically Black, because I think we're always committed to learning as participants or members of the sector, right? So, but this is an ongoing trend across the sector, and so we perhaps noting the interventions that the institution is saying has put in place around capacity building, around building or strengthening the documentary flow process, around building a documentary warehouse. We acknowledge these interventions, but for us, what becomes of importance is what form does that capacity building come in, right? So is it a workshop? Is it ongoing? I don't know. How does that capacity building look like? It's great that you're saying you're doing capacity building, but in order to bring us into confidence on whether or not that capacity building will result in any change, you need to perhaps bring us into confidence on how that takes place, how frequently it takes place. And perhaps there are partners that you're working with in doing that, and that's for me where it becomes important to understand whether or not the department is assisting you and supporting you in this. What are your interactions with the CHE? If the CHE is saying you're not meeting particular requirements, how does the CHE then assist the institution and ensuring that it adheres to what the CHE would request from the institution, right? So one would like to understand how that capacity building looks like, and how do you monitor those interventions? How do you monitor the outcomes and the progress in relation to your in relation to how you're working towards strengthening your documentary flow process? How do you monitor the progress you're making in terms of building and strengthening your documentation warehouse? So for me, that really becomes quintessential. And of course, when we think of a documentation warehouse, we existing in the year 2022, we're hoping that this is more IT and tech savvy. It's on a cloud somewhere, and we're not still processing amaphepha. And we have a huge, and this is where I guess physical oversight visits would be very important. And perhaps as a meeting now, we can, start thinking on whether or not, it would be viable for us to visit the institution, not to only look into issues around accreditation, but other issues relating to other issues that the institution may be, facing as challenges, but also the strengths of the institution. Would also be great for us to see where the institution is doing well. And I think I really want to stress on the issues around documentary, the documentary flow process and the documentation warehouse. As honorable members say, I mean, if you're saying, for example, if I'm not mistaken, and colleagues will correct me if I'm wrong, when we speak on the Bachelor of Science honors in zoology, we say submission was not received for reasons unknown. When we look at the PG diploma in chemical pathology, we say it was also not submitted for HEQSF alignment. I mean, how do we find ourselves in a situation where when we account, we say we don't know why a submission wasn't made, and we say submissions weren't made. Why weren't submissions made? And I think for me, it then brings me to a question where one would want to understand who the responsibility then lies with. Where was the challenge? Was the challenge with MUSU not following the correct channels, not submitting the documentation? because that then speaks to what are we trying to fix, right? So if we're saying we're trying to remedy particular challenges in the sector, or rather in the institution, to avoid this happening in the future, we need to understand where exactly the challenge was, who was responsible for that, and how do we make sure that that doesn't happen again, putting in place viable mitigation systems and measures, right? So for me, these interventions that the institution speaks of then directly, perhaps, well, one wants to be brought into confidence on whether or not they respond to those issues around submissions not being received, and no one knows why they weren't received, or why they were not submitted, right? So that's my device is saying that my network is unstable, so I'll just switch off my camera if that's okay with colleagues. So that's for me, perhaps one matter. And then the SRC, I mean, we acknowledge that the chair of council indicated that, you know, there has been intent or attempts by by council to communicate with stakeholders, and, you know, he elaborates on the importance of that. And I think many members have spoken about the anxieties that citizens and you know, those who are parents and students may be going through, and how communication is really important in terms of that, right? But now, if the SRC is stressing the fact that there hasn't been sufficient communication, I want to perhaps understand that beyond statements, what else have we done, right? And I think somewhere in the slides, I think it was in your in your updated presentation, you speak on the fact that you are trying to communicate directly with students, communicate directly with their parents. Have you attempted any other forms, like imbizos, like you know, physical interactions that can alleviate some of the anxieties that the affected parties may be experiencing? I think around the review one, perhaps we'll just move that into the recommendations as we close. I'm almost done, but also I think, you know, when members stress consequence management, and members across parties are stressing consequence management, which means it's something that is, you know, of shared importance to members. We must, and I don't know, Honorable Litie, I think you were speaking to this, the fact that in 2018, the fifth parliament, so that's the parliament before us, you know, had made an observation in the 2018 BRRR report that the CHE staff capacity is not able to cope with the large volumes of applications that need to be assessed and reaccredited, and that the target to have all higher education existing programs realigned with the revised higher education qualifications sub-framework by December 2019 could have possibly been a bit overly ambitious, considering the capacity challenges that the CHE was facing. And, you know, given that the committee had cautioned the CHE with regard to, you know, these particular targets, has the CHE perhaps taken a moment to assess all the submitted, well, has the CHE been able to assess all the submitted programs by institutions for realignment with the HEQSF within the timeframe set by the entity or the due date of 2019? So that's perhaps something we'd like to understand from the CHE. And what we further want to understand is if the delays in the review of the 5 programs to align them with the revised HEQSF were by the university or by the CHE. And this goes back to my other question around the submissions not being received. Is that on the end of the university not submitting, or was the documents or whatever lost in translation between, you know, the university and the CHE? Were the CHE not able to capture that, considering its capacity shortcomings, right? So that's again an area where we would like clarity as members. And then this is at no form or in no way a form of a witch hunt. It is just us trying to understand where the challenge is so that we are able to make recommendations that can assist all of us to be able to fulfill the role that we ought to fulfill in changing the lives of South Africans in this country. So also, if the delays by the university were noted by Senate, and if Senate has done anything, as a governance structure in relation to the challenges that we're facing around these particular academic programs. And then perhaps if council could just bring us into confidence on the subcommittee, on its subcommittee to play its oversight role in relation to academic issues. And then perhaps also if council could bring us into confidence around the consequence management consequence management measures that it considers to take. Of course, I think this is a collective effort between council, the department, and other stakeholders, right? But repercussions must be there. And I think that's just something we can't begin to stress enough. And then perhaps also if colleagues, I don't know if I missed this, if colleagues could give us the number of students who could be possibly affected in terms of graduation. So then, yeah, if colleagues could give us a number there. Yeah, I think I'll leave it at that for now, honorable members and colleagues. All right, this is where we then hand back to colleagues to make their responses. Perhaps let me start with the institution, and then we'll move over to the CHE and then see if colleagues from the department have any responses as well. And then, well, actually, perhaps let me begin with the SRC. Sorry, let me begin with the SRC for their responses, then to management, council, the CHE, and then the department. President, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I think they are ngoku.
Yes, you, President.
Yes. I think the representation conclude. I was saying, now the demand of students, one is that in the students do not have confidence on the reports that are being done by the CHE in their statements, because even the management itself, when it does present those resolutions that they're having, or rather solutions to the problem, they do not have confidence in them, because even within the CHE, we believe that within the CHE board, there are people who are consultants with the university that might be working together with the university in fabricating these statements, in fabricating all this that is being said by the CHE, making it the point that students are being eased off, and we understand. Secondary to that, we had said we need a forensic audit for the university. We need an independent assessor for the university. The university responded in a meeting that those demands cannot be met. We cannot have an external audit outside the CHE to audit the university. And we had said we need a media briefing between the university, the student representation, the council, and these statutory bodies. And we were told that these statutory bodies are not collaborators, and we are not going to get that. Now, within the demands of the students, it's one of the things that is being raised here by the honorable members of the parliament, as to say, who is responsible, the issue of consequence management. The students believe, because it was also written on the demands of students that was sent to the management of the university, that the same people who are in governance of the university today are the same people who are responsible for the issues that we are facing today in terms of the accreditation. I will read down what was written on the demands of the students. It states as follows. The same Vice Chancellor who's Vice Chancellor today was the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs and Research in 2019, and of which these issues were there prior to 2019. And when she assumed office as the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs and Research, they were there. So in terms of who is responsible, or rather who is there to answer to this, the answer is still within. We know who needs to answer, and the university is the one that has to answer on these matters. So in terms of consequence management, it is there on the demands of students that the university must take responsibility, and the people who were there in office during the time of these issues must be put into accountability. Accountability is one of the demands that was given by the students. One other demand is that there must be alternatives that are being presented to the public and to the students who are affected with this matter. As to say, now that we are waiting for a response that is coming from CHE tomorrow, the 12th of May, if the response does not favor the demands of the students, it does not favor the demands of the parents of the students, what is the university going to do as a contingency plan? These are the demands and the alternatives that were brought by the students as to find resolution. That the university must take responsibility of the students that are on the pipeline by registering them on sister universities, making it a point that these students are registered on courses and institutions that are accredited, so that these students do not face a threat of going back home, whereas they have registered and hoped that after this year, they are going to be able to graduate on these courses. Secondly, those students who are due to graduate for May 2022, the university must make it a point that those students graduate with other universities that are accredited. It also comes back to the question that was raised by the Honorable Member of Parliament here, as to say, what informs that the students say the graduation must stop, whereas there are students who are going to graduate on courses that are not having questions in terms of accreditation. Let me put you into light. Upper, you have a divide and conquer strategy that is being put into place, because the same president that is speaking here and his secretary are going to be graduating. And when we graduate on that graduation day, what will students say, and what the conscience of the students and the conscience of the president himself and other students who are within the SRCs and others when we graduate, knowing that there are students who are due to graduate and who are qualifying to graduate and who did not have mistakes, if you get my point, who did not make the mistake of making their courses not to be unaccredited or questions in terms of accreditation. And it comes and it is informed by the iterations that are made by the university, as to say they have confidence in what the CHE is doing in trying to resolve and address the matter. Now, the position of the students was that if the university is confident that the CHE is going to resolve this matter, then the graduation must be put on postpone. Resolve the matter, bring resolutions as to say, we have resolved the matter, then the students are going to be able to graduate. Then take all those students to graduation. We cannot allow students to be divided going into graduation, because now you have students that are crying as saying, how come that when we qualify to graduate, having studied the courses that we are doing, we are told that you are not going to graduate? And you have students that are saying, no, I want to graduate because my course is up to standard. And we had said that the university must put us into confidence, give us messages in terms of communication via emails, student emails, SMSs or whatsoever, that Matando Mangis, that the local government finance course that you are doing is fine in terms of accreditation. Then how do we say we are going to graduation knowing that there might be courses that you are doing of which are not there on the public that have lost their accreditation? So I think mine would be that in making the point that I submit and portray thoroughly what has been said by the students. And to answer the question as to how many students perhaps that are expected to graduate that were expected to graduate now in May 2022 in this graduation that has been postponed, it's 152 students. If to be precise, it's 152 students that are facing a threat of not graduating. If CHE says these courses have lost their accreditation, they are not going to graduate. Therefore, how do we allow a large cohort of students not to graduate? And how do we allow graduation to continue? Whereas you have this large cohort of students that are facing a threat of not graduating. You see? So I believe that I have served the purpose in presenting the issues of students. If there's any other question that might be brought up, I'm available to answer and respond. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, President Mangisa. I will then like to hand over to the university management for its responses.
Thank you very much, Chair. I am going to try to respond to most of the questions, but perhaps one or two of my colleagues will come in to handle some of them. I'll start with the, in no order of priority. I'll start with the question that speaks to a comment made about some campuses not working in isolation and not being integrated properly into WSU as a unitary university. And it also speaks or links to the comment made about the merger, which was incomplete. Those comments are critical, Chair, especially in relation to our situation. We have a new vision, Vision 2030, and we have a strategic plan that underpins that vision. In as much as the vision is bold and progressive and wants to take WSU to the next level, it also is reflective in terms of where we are as an institution and what is it that we need to do to propel ourselves forward in a sustainable fashion. Now, part of the goals embedded in that strategic plan speaks to the need for WSU to operate as a unitary institution. In as much as the campuses are still going to be retained, but we need to have some level of cohesion where we should ensure that programs, similar programs are found in one campus, for an example, so that by extension, we avoid duplication of programs across campuses, at times over 3 campuses or all of the campuses, because they contribute to partly to this issue of administrative errors in as far as the alignment process was concerned. In terms of Vision 2030, we are saying that in as much as we retain those campuses, let's move towards operating in a unitary fashion, because also the financial implications of us operating in this fashion are not sustainable. So indeed, we are moving towards that direction, in as much as it's difficult to get there, but at least the process has started. And we're hoping that via our different engagements, we will be able to implement the aspirations or the intentions of that strategic plan, and thereby be able then to be a unitary institution with streamlined processes through this initiative called the rationalization and consolidation. Now, given the narratives or given the contestations that surround this initiative, especially the rationalization and consolidation exercise, we really do need friends, we really do need collaborators who will assist us so that we can begin, they can begin to be our advocates and advocate for it so that we find long-lasting solutions and avoid circumstances such as these that we are faced with currently. So that is the comment I would like to make. We do take the comments around communication and suggestions that underpin those comments, we take them. And in as much as when we're sitting, we're thinking we had different views or why perhaps we responded in a manner that we did respond, which turned out to be insufficient, but we do appreciate that there's a lot of work that needs to be done in that regard. We need to see how effectively we can do that, how we enhance the current skill sets that we have in that space that will help us to achieve adequately that level of communication, especially as it is underpinned also or goes hand in hand and glove with us trying to usher in Vision 2030 and creating awareness around that vision and moving in a certain paradigm, towards a certain paradigm. There have been comments about the need for consequent management. I wouldn't want to go back to the details where I mapped out what it is that we did when we came into office. But suffice to say that as we're beginning to examine whatever shortcomings that we are beginning to pick up and moving ahead in also appreciating more other challenges that we had not identified at that point, it is important perhaps to just share with the committee that it is through those interventions that, for example, the previous registrar had to exit the system, and one of our senior managers in the Department of Institutional Research and Partnerships also had to exit the systems. It was part of that consequent management that we were employing elsewhere, and we continue, if I may say so, Chair, to begin to unpack and discern and better understand these challenges that we are grappling with that have been in existence for more than 15 years. Again, Chair, if I may continue, this is one of the things that we are aware of, Chair, in terms of lack or the need, if I may posit it in a more positive way, the need for us to enhance our capacity building programs. You asked, what does that mean? And maybe some of my colleagues at some point will come in, but in essence, we have different initiatives that speak to capacity building. For example, we spoke about policies and initiatives and resources that we have put in place to enable our academics to go on research and development leave and through that to be able to complete their qualifications. Again, same interventions to ensure that those staff members that have just completed their PhDs, for an example, or even those that have already had PhDs for a while, they have opportunities to go on research and development leave, also to write their articles so that they can contribute to the productivity of the institution, for example. And the last example under that category, what we introduced last year moving into this year is also an initiative that we call Grow Your Own Timber, whereby we want to encourage students, especially at master's and doctoral level, to become part of the academic cohort, and while studying, they work very closely with established academics, and hopefully that they will also become part of our academic cohort moving forward. So those are some of initiatives that we had, and we target our students in that regard. Now you spent some time and wondering whether this documentary warehouse that we want to establish, whether we're going to continue with paper. No, Chair. We are saying we are an impactful, technology-infused African university in pursuit of excellence. And as part of that strategy, we have started maximizing the use of technology, and we are putting in place systems where we want to do most of our business via technology. And I must say that even when COVID disrupted us in 2020, because most of the time in COVID we were focused as an institution in ensuring that we save the 2020 academic year. And part of that process, of course, required us now to focus on putting in place policies to accommodate us in moving towards e-learning in a blended way in that way. So we started the process of being technology infused from that time. Other systems, warehouse ICT is this whole, and one of the members alluded to it, that we want a system, we want an online system, a technology infused system, whereby we monitor these submissions. For an example, to make an example, we monitor the submissions as received from the accreditation bodies. We're able to capture them online, to monitor our responses online, to track processes online. Of course, it means we will be on cloud, it goes without saying, so that we also have this problem where when people leave the system, we are left with nothing, and we start now putting system, especially information in place. Each time we have a new manager, that manager struggles to get information, builds information. When that manager leaves, we go back to square one. So it is through this process that we want to manage also those spaces. As I go through the questions, Chair, yes, we do have a risk register. And yes, we must admit that as part of this new way of being, we have processes, and we're looking at putting in place an integrated risk management framework, the concept of which we submitted to council, then I think the last council. And of course, we are trying also to get assistance where required, so that we can enhance our risk framework, which includes, of course, compliance and business continuity. And we are busy putting that framework in place, because we realize that some of our systems, in as much as they were already there, they need to be enhanced so that we can be effective in continuing our business and also introducing some of these systems that we want to put in place in support of the academic project. Moving forward to the other questions that have been raised by committee members. As I go through my notes, the postgraduate programs that are part of the 5, there we do not have NSFAS funding because they fall outside of the NSFAS funding framework. And perhaps for the benefit of we welcome the outcome, the presentation made by the CHE, and we look forward to the finalization of this process. And we are ready if the recommendations of the CHE are adopted to quickly move and take care of business, ensure that our students do graduate, and we continue with those who are already on the system. Chair, perhaps as I allow my other colleagues to come in and continue looking at my notes, because I'm taking time as I try to browse through my notes as well. Oh, Honorable Boshoff did ask the question about what we mean by rebranding. Is it a new name? And the answer to that is no, it's not a new name. And this new branding, we want to link it with Vision 2030 and the strategic objectives and goals that are embedded in that vision in 2030, which include, like I had said, the rationalization and consolidation exercise, but also of particular importance, which include us moving away from the 12 faculties that we currently have presently, some of which are a duplication, and reducing those to 7 faculties spread across our 4 campuses, like I had explained previously. We are working with our colleagues internally and also externally as part of, and we are looking at transferring skills whilst we are collaborating with these experts, because what we want to achieve, for example, is ensuring that our colleagues internally acquire skills that they require, they enhance the skills that they have, they require more skills, and it is through these collaborative efforts that we were hoping that we would achieve this transference of skills, so that even though we are doing that now, we know that it's a once-off thing. We'll have a cohort of staff with the requisite skills, of course, not taking away from the fact that you can never have sufficient skills and decide not to continuously renew those skills, or because learning is lifelong, and therefore you need to reskill continuously. But for now, our main occupation or primary occupation is ensuring that we transfer the skills and our colleagues acquire those skills so that they can be more effective in the work that they are doing, especially given the fact that it is no longer business as usual. To successfully implement the Vision 2030, we need our staff members to have certain skills to be able to do so effectively. Chair, please indulge me and allow me to ask at least two of my colleagues to field other questions while I continue to look at my notes so that I do not waste time, because I note that it is 20 to 1 and this meeting has been scheduled until 1 o'clock. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Speaking is Lulami Ndozima, the University Registrar. I'll touch only on two questions raised or points made by committee members. The first one is on the clear action plan by WSU dealing with the matter comprehensively, raised by Honorable Tebo. Yeah, the university has assessed the various aspects that this situation might have in terms of the negative impact to our students and the university image. The student support service is one of the action plan elements to make sure that the affected students are properly counseled immediately, and that we settle the regularization of their qualification standing. That is part of the action plan to allow the process of healing, if I may put it like that, to allow the process of accepting what has come as an outcome of CH, which we have welcomed the early recommendations. That counseling process will immediately start for the university and for this affected group that is currently active in the system, so that it is closely monitored its improvement when it comes to their performance currently for the enrolled programs. The other community that is affected are those that have completed. As part of this action to respond to our affected students who have graduated is what the Vice Chancellor mentioned earlier, targeted communication to those students who have graduated, including their employers, assuring them about the good standing of our graduates, the qualifications they hold. That will be the targeted communication going to the already graduated students, so that we finalize the recovery or the process of how negatively this thing affected our graduated students already. That will happen immediately we finalize or we receive final recommendation from CHE, of which it is promising to take that direction. The other action that we have currently undertaken is to communicate directly with our active students as of where we are as a university, as we are regularizing the situation around their qualifications, and we even requested their patience as we are working together with the regulatory bodies to conclude the process. We will continue with that type of targeted communication as we will be rolling out other elements of psycho interventions so that they are strengthened back to their feet as we go forward as a university. I acknowledge the comments made around the university communication strategy handling this situation. I agree with the Vice Chancellor. Members of the Portfolio Committee, this is a delicate matter, and the university adopted at least a carefully type of communication out there about the matter, because there is a student affected, there's an industry that is waiting anxiously around the outcome of the situation. We had to be careful and make sure we work together with the regulatory bodies, and at the same time give that independence of the regulatory bodies so that we don't put a pressure and unnecessary, and also on the other hand, creating false hopes that will be overstating even our role as a university. But we tried our best trying to navigate carefully the space, how higher education is regulated, and making sure that we don't over-communicate and create expectations that in some of the elements we have no full control, but they are fully complemented by independent bodies that are part of governance of higher education. But we take it as a positive comment that immediately after the findings or the outcome of these qualifications that were under evaluation, we will take a strong communication line trying to bring that confidence on our qualification. We will do that, but we have to wait up until we have a concrete answer so that we don't act carelessly around these matters. I wanted just to touch that, Chairperson, as I will leave it to, but one point I may emphasize, Chair, is around the current project the university is undertaking, rationalization of faculties and consolidation of campuses. Chair, this is a sensitive project that the university is undertaking because it's linked to the incomplete measure processes that were never been completed by previous administration. We are treading carefully because it's about the sustainability of the university. Secondly, it is about building the strong administration of the university. Thirdly, it's about ensuring that the university delivers a strong academic architecture, that we continue to pursue the excellence that the university aspires to deliver as we deliver the education. This is a project that we are having and we are currently running so as to make sure we do not have disintegration of the university and we work as a unitary university. And we make sure that confidence of what we do is consolidated. Thank you very much.
Chair, I think we have dealt with all the questions. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, VC and colleagues. There's a Fanisa Al whose hand is up. Can I request that you please write in the chat what it is that you would request and where you're from? I'm not sure where Fanisa Al is from. All right, and then I'd like to then hand over to the Deputy Chair of Council. According to the list of attendees or participants that we received, the Deputy Chair of Council should have remained, well, should have been here. Okay, all right, perfect. Deputy Chair, you may come through. Apologies for that. If you can continue to represent the council and conclude on behalf of the institution. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon, honorable members and colleagues from Walter Sisulu. Apologies, I raised my hand before introducing myself, but there were two questions that the chair posed to council as to whether we have got a subcommittee that is giving this matter the necessary attention that it deserves, and what are the consequences management that we are considering as council. Just on the first point, Chair, I can assure the committee that council sees this matter in a very serious light, and we are giving it all the attention it deserves. From the very first moment it came to the attention, even before it hit the media. And to give effect to the matter, we actually formulated a special task team chaired by the chair of the council himself and some of the council members with the necessary expertise to be able to address some of the areas of improvements that the members have actually raised, including communication being one of them. And members of the Walter Sisulu administration, both those that may be new to the process and those that have got institutional knowledge of how this accreditation matter has come from and what has been done with regard to that, with the sole purpose of making sure that we all put our heads together and address the matter for the now and for the future, that we don't find ourselves in the same circumstances again. And the SRC, by the way, they are also part of that task team that is tasked with driving the resolution of this matter in an amicable way that will not in any way, that will try by all means not to put the innocent students into a negative position that they are not responsible for. And we have been working very closely on that committee with management and the relevant structures, the CHE, to make sure that whatever the decision comes from CHE, we engage on what was considered and how best to find a solution. As it regards to the consequences, we acknowledge and we take heed of the comments that have been raised on the need to manage how this matter has unfolded and do consequence management. But I just need to indicate that at this point in time, a lot of focus has been to find the best solution, especially for the affected stakeholders, be it the current and the former students and their families and the various stakeholders that may have been affected by this, including our sponsors, and to actually get to the root cause and the corrective action of how we correct it, because that will be a best way to inform us on how best or where. And we don't necessarily want to focus on the blame. I understand there must be consequences, but the focus has been more on finding an amicable solution, especially for the students, and getting to the bottom of the root cause. And once we have got all the information, I can assure you part of the responsibility of council is to make sure that where things have not been done right, we do correct them and the necessary accountability is put at the right people. So that has not been the forefront focus right now, but we will get to that point when all the information and all the evidence has been put on the table and how best to go forward. With regard to the input that we got from the members, much appreciated, and as the VC and the registrar have already indicated, in finding solutions, which we have already started, we will endeavor and make sure that we factor in all those, including, by the way, the whole issue of an indaba. In actual fact, at our meeting last week, that was one of the resolutions that has already been taken to say we do need to make time early in June as council and all the stakeholders within the community of Walter Sisulu. They may not be directly affected right now, but in June, we do intend to have an indaba where we can really go into depth of how we found ourselves here, but most of all, how do we resolve and make sure that never again should we subject our students to such an experience again. So that is definitely on the cards, Chair. And thank you for all the other inputs from the other members. And thanks, VC and Register, for having attended to those inputs individually. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair of Council, and thank you very much to colleagues from the institution at large. If there are questions where members feel that they've not been adequately responded to, please do indicate so that we can follow up on those through the Secretariat. I would then like to hand over to colleagues from the CHE.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have, looked into this matter very carefully. In the first place, you would know that the CHE is an expert-driven body, and it comprises all kinds of experts from different fields across the sector and everywhere else. And for that reason, the integrity of the work that we do is very important. And secondly, the compliance in terms of the legislative prescript, including the allocations of budgets and things like that, are something that we have to account for. And for that reason, we have very rigorous governance arrangements around the work that we do, conflicts of interest and things like that. If, for example, matters of the University of Pretoria, where I work, are handled, I am not part of that meeting. And I think it's just a normal governance principle. So, and colleagues will respond to some of the questions that I may miss, but I just want to bring back the context of the 2018 statement that you made from the Portfolio Committee on Capacity within the CHE. Well, that was as a result of multiple factors, really. One of them was funding, which has been a problem, and we were complaining to the committee and to the minister and treasury. And that has since been resolved, at least in the past year or so. Thanks for your support. And the other part was about the retention of staff, because the CHE is also a training ground for some of the people, and people would just leave because we don't pay them well. Not much you can do about it, because the cost of employment is also one of those crucial issues, as you know. So, and people would leave, and that would create some challenges around it. But we're always able to handle that, because you engage different people like retirees and so forth to fill up some of the gap, including the committees of the CHE. So when it comes to the question that you pose, and I think Honorable Mananiso mentioned that as well, about compliance. The alignment process was completed in 2015, and institutions had time to go and fix whatever was identified as category C. And it is during that time where we had an enormous volume of work that needed to be handled, so that we can be able to. And I think we also asked for a bit of an extension from the minister on that. But the fact of the matter is that we have completed the process. And I said in our presentation, there could be anomalies here and there, but they are not of such a nature that the integrity of the entire system, is compromised. Because we are actually very serious, Chairperson, about the status of our qualifications as a country. We don't fluff around. If institutions don't comply, they need to fix things. We are not draconian, but I know, and you also know, we ended up in court several times with some of the institutions who actually wanted to bend some of the criteria, and we cannot compromise with things like that. When it comes to financial implications, for the CHE, we don't have any serious financial implications for this exercise and others like it, because we have a database of experts where we can pull from time to time, say this is the nature of the problem, can we handle it? And that is normal, handled in a normal way that we always do with challenges that we encounter. So, and in respect of Walter Sisulu, you will recall that we had undergone a review process of certain qualifications, and an LLB was de-accredited, and the institution was asked to fix certain things, and that happened. So in terms of this university, my experience, there's quite a lot of cooperation to actually comply where the institution needs to. And I'm saying this also in history, because I chaired an audit there when Professor Balintur was the Vice Chancellor. I think it's 2011 or so. And there were a number of things that we found there, including HR capacity and distributed campuses and all of those things, to be correct. But we don't have a recalcitrant institution that actually insists on doing the wrong thing. They always cooperate with us and say, well, just fix this, we fix this, and we work on it. And this is the exercise that we're undertaking now. And without compromising the decision of the HEQC, we have proactively looked into the matter and looked at ways in which we can expedite and get a solution, because students obviously are caught in the middle of this. And we know all the consequences around anxiety and all of that, as some of the members have mentioned. So I think I have tried to handle some of that, but if there are other issues, perhaps the CEO and other members with us here can briefly respond to them as we have a little bit of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Lucy.
Thank you, Prof. Musia. Maybe just to pick up on the issue of Honorable Mananiso asking about the full program audits and processes around that. So we have taken this two-step process, the one step to handle the 5 qualifications and the second step around the full program audit. That is underway. It is early to give a prognosis on when exactly that will end. It will depend on exactly what is determined through that audit, and then what actions we need to take on to work with the institution to address them. But certainly we will be applying the same urgency and the same dedication to that process as we have been applying to the process of the 5 qualifications. In terms of Honorable Alexia's question on the alignment process. So all institutions, public and private, were required to undergo the HEQSF alignment process, which Prof. Musia indicated was completed by 2015. We are now in the process of this data validation process, ensuring that what institutions are offering is aligned with the HEQSF record and has PQM clearance and has a valid SAQA registration. And it's there where there may be a few anomalies that Prof. Musia pointed to that come up. And we will be working with the institutions to address them going forward. At the conclusion of the DVP project, we will have a complete record of HEQSF alignment with PQM alignment and registration alignment. And it is at that point that we will be able to report to the portfolio committee on exactly the status around qualifications offerings in the country. Thank you, Chair.
If I may, Chair, through you, Prof. Parek speaking, just to add to what has already been said by my colleagues from CHE, again, just to emphasize that the issue that we are dealing with at the moment is for students who registered for the first time in 2020, 2021, and 2022. Students who had registered for the qualifications in 2019 and prior to that, and if they're pipeline students, they are not impacted at all. And I think that we certainly, through the evaluation, have a way forward that will not prejudice the students. And I'm confident, you know, when the CHE meets, and we are looking to meet this Friday, we will be able then to communicate the outcome to the institution within a very, very short period of time. So I think that certainly with regard to this particular crisis, I think that we are reasonably confident we have found a solution that I think that, you know, that is likely to be supported and, you know, will be communicated shortly to the institution. the point I also want to make is that the HQC, as part of its work, and the CHU more broadly, does from time to time, and will continue, because there will never be a guarantee that there will never be issues from any institution. And all institutions, regardless of how functional the quality assurance systems may be, do encounter issues from time to time. And the approach of the CHE and HQC has been that when issues are identified, our responsibility is not simply to be punitive, but to work with the institutions to try and arrive at a resolution that is supportive and is supportive in way to both students and to the institution, but is also not in conflict with our own systems and processes. So I just would like to assure the committee that the regulatory bodies have engaged extensively with the institution. I also want to say to the institution that we appreciate their willingness and cooperation to work with the regulatory bodies to arrive at a swift resolution on the matter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, colleagues from the CHE. Can I check if, I know colleagues from SAQA were invited to this meeting. I don't know if they have anything to say, just any commentary if they are on the platform still. Okay, all right. I'd then like to hand over to colleagues from the department, ADDG, Sokikwa, if you're still on the platform.
Thank you, Chairperson. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Yes, firstly, I'd like to express extensive appreciation to the CHE for the rapid response. When we met, they agreed they could do this assessment within 2 weeks. They've done that, and I just want to acknowledge their hard work and their commitment, because invariably they've put our students first. And I think that should be acknowledged. Professor Masia, you and your team, we really salute you for the rapid response in this particular instance. Reference was made to consequence management, and certainly we cannot ignore or escape that the students are disappointed, they feel hurt, and they are let down. And we all know what graduations means for our students. And sitting from where I'm sitting, Chair, I'd really like to appeal to the university to consider the proposition put by the students that they have one graduation for all the students. There is nothing worse or more dividing and then not being able to graduate together. And lastly, Chair, I'd really like to thank SAQA. They are not present here, but they have also been equally responsive, and to the DHEAD team. And I would like to thank you as a portfolio committee. Your interest in this matter only accentuates and amplifies the pace at which we need to work, and the commitment that we, sitting where we sit and occupying the positions we occupy, the necessity to remain committed to the future generation, and that is our students. And so I thank you. I think the session throughout this morning was certainly public and transparent in its form, but I'm sure our students feel that they've been heard. And I wish to thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, ADTG. Thank you very much, colleagues. It has indeed. Quite a long morning. Sorry, I'm just trying to reposition my notes. Colleagues, we have come to the end of our engagement, and I really want to thank all of us for availing ourselves for this engagement, which is very important to all of us, considering the importance of the masses of South Africans having access to higher education and training in order for them to gain the requisite skills to be able to participate in the economy, but also change their livelihoods and their families and their communities, and addressing the legacies of the apartheid regime. Colleagues, if we were to just perhaps attempt to conclude this afternoon's engagement, I think firstly, we are all concerned. Honorable Itie used a very strong term of saying that, in fact, what we are hearing and the situation that we are finding ourselves engaging on this morning or this afternoon is quite concerning, and I mean, he uses the word depressing, right? And I think to take that statement on its own, as seriously as it is, yes, indeed, when people experience the repercussions of our failures as a sector collectively, their mental health is bound to be affected. And I think I really want to stress Honorable Litie's plea that we find mechanisms to attempt to protect them and support the mental health of those affected. And I think, you know, of course, we cannot begin to stress that enough. If we were to then move, colleagues, onto matters around capacity, and I think that's really at the core of the challenges that we are having, the committee is gravely concerned that it took the university to perhaps be under this new leadership to resolve or attempt to resolve some of these shortcomings in relation to some of the qualifications. And we want to note the efforts put in by the Vice Chancellor to attempt to clean up the accreditation status of the qualifications at the institutions. And we welcome the stern decisions that you are taking to turn the tide in this regard, and we fully support you. You know, I don't know if it was, I'm not sure which honorable member it was, if it was Litie or Mananis, and in fact, all of us probably at some point have said this, but when you are attempting to turn the tide and to make spaces better and throw out the rotten apples, you often are a target, and we will not shy away as this committee from the realities of the challenges that women in leadership also experience, even in this sector in particular. And so we want to commit ourselves as a portfolio committee to supporting you in any difficult, uncomfortable, unpopular decisions you may have to take in order for you to turn the tide at that institution. And we will support you and your collective, as well as the council in that, without any fear or favor. We can no longer be apologetic we need to be resolute on our intent as South Africans, as members of the sector, to be unapologetic about what needs to be done to better the sector. And I think this is a view that we hold in many spaces where we think that there's this poison, you know, like that just doesn't want to leave the space. You know, we see it at Val University of Technology, we see it with NASFAS, we see it in many spaces, and we really want to support UniZulu. We want to support colleagues who want to try and turn the tide. So VC, you have our support, the chair of council as well, you have our support in trying to resolve these matters. But we must also note with concern failure by management to preempt these particular risks and to mitigate them. And we would like to be kept updated on the outputs of the various interventions that you're putting in place to try and remedy these challenges from taking place in the future. We also want to stress as a committee matters in relation to consequence management. And I hear colleagues from, from the CHE saying that, you know, they're not trying to only note the bad in colleagues, but also trying to assist by capacitating colleagues and. But what we also, so I guess what becomes important is for us to find the balance between that, right? Where are we saying there's space for remedy and remediation, and where are we saying we are no longer recycling you, we're no longer reusing you, we are done with you as an institution and as a sector because we've given you one too many chances to try and rehabilitate you. So I think perhaps finding that particular balance, of course, is important, but we want to, of course, as a committee, stress the importance of consequence management that should be implemented against those who have neglected their fiduciary duties to ensure the programs comply with the HEQSF requirements. Then the committee also supports the stance by the university to conduct a skills audit, and we implore on the institution to report to the committee once you have concluded that particular work. We implore on the university, the CHE, and DHET to submit progress to the committee on the matters unfolding at the institution in relation to accreditation. And of course, you know, understanding that there's ongoing work that colleagues are doing, but also really stressing the importance for us to expedite resolve on these matters. We also note the outline given on slide 22 by the CHE on the entire sector. However, I think there may be a need for us to go further on this matter and look into similar matters as such that we are addressing today across the sector at large, and perhaps the CHE, SAQA, and DHET need to present to the committee the latest report on the HEQSF realignment and the compliance of institutions. And this could also include perhaps a briefing by the department on the assessment of the merger of universities, looking at successes and challenges and outstanding issues that still need to be addressed. And I think that's really an important one, noting that the challenges being faced by this institution may not be unique to WUSU. And we also note, I really want to appreciate the update that Mr. Mosia has given in relation to the funding challenges, and you know how it was at some point difficult to retain staff, but bringing us into confidence in the fact that on this particular matter, the CHE does have capacity to work on those matters, and we look forward to the outputs of that capacity that is said to be had by the institution. And on communication, we again stress the importance for communication, and perhaps also you know, note that it was really unfortunate that this type of matter had to be brought to light by media, and also that it was leaked. It's said to have been leaked. Well, misinformation was leaked by those within the institution, and that in itself is problematic because it then speaks to who are these people in our institutions that we have that have the intent of destabilizing our institutions. It's one thing to say to bring to maybe if you know an individual in an institution or a collective find that it's important to bring a certain matter to the attention of the public, but it ought to be factual. It's another thing to totally misrepresent what is happening at the institution, thus creating instability in the institution, instability that the sector cannot afford, instability that the institution also cannot afford. But we want to then stress the importance, and we are grateful that the deputy chair of council has noted that the institution must consider, you know, a communication platform such as an Imbizo or an Indaba or something like that. And then we also then on graduations, we note the comment earlier on by the chair of council, and I hope we understood the chair correctly, that there has been conversation within council around condonation to allow students to graduate. And perhaps here as a sector, we need to see how we find a balance between this urgent need for students to graduate, considering the impact that it then has on their livelihood and the ripple effects thereof. But also the importance for the CHE not to lower its accreditation standards, right? So I think for me, what becomes the best sort of solution here is that we need to, as a sector, as stakeholders that are working on this matter, find, resolve, and expedite work that we're doing in relation to that. And I think this also then speaks to what the SRC is saying. And as a former student leader, I fully understand the notion of it's either all or none of us, right? How dare we have access to education when our peers don't? How dare we have a place to sleep when our peers don't? How dare we graduate when our peers can't? And I fully resonate with that appreciation for one's individual existence amongst a collective. At the same time, understanding, the concerns around the CHE and the quality of qualification that is then coming out of the institution. And I think on this one, I would, and also appreciating what members are raising to say, a graduation is so important in terms of its contribution to the livelihood of students, and so of young people, of citizens generally. And so this then brings me to my to memories around when we were student leaders, and there was an issue of, do we wait for free education or do we raise funds so that in the meantime we can we're doing something, and we're not waiting for someone to deliver free education at whichever point, of course. So we continue on the picket lines, but we also continue to be proactive to see how we raise funds. And I think this is a conversation that needs to be had by stakeholders in the institution on how we meet resolve on that. And it's a matter that needs thorough engagement and deliberation between student leaders with their student population. So student leaders also need to hold imbizos, indabas, mass meetings to consult with their student population on what they think should be the way forward. But also we really need to implore on management and the SRC to be in constant engagement on this matter, so that there is a commonly shared view by stakeholders of the institution. And of course, we will agree to disagree at various points. I think, colleagues, then that leads us to the end of our meeting. And of course, to really stress to all stakeholders, the CHE, the department, the institution, and we know that you are doing work around this, and we would like to be kept updated on the progress of the work that you're doing, and really stress the importance for these matters to be expedited. Just to also add, I think on the matters around how accreditation of qualifications, is something we need to look into sectorally. One would also want us to perhaps also look into how that affects the funding of tuition and the relationship between NSFAS and this particular process as well. So, honorable members, I think that brings us to the end of our meeting, and we really hope that we can resolve this matter as soon as possible. I think that then brings us to the end. Thank you so much to all of us. Just an announcement to members that the report on Budget 35 with the DSI, which we were supposed to adopt this afternoon, we will be adopting it on Friday at 8:30. We should conclude by 9. before that even, probably by 8:45. We just thought it would be important, given that members only received the report yesterday, we felt that it would be important that we afford members a bit more time to interact with the report before we adopt it. So that is then it for the day. Thank you so much. This meeting has come to an end.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
President of the SRC, please don't forget to submit your reports.
Long live the chair.
Long live Mutulastulo.
Long live Malibongwe.
Recording stopped.